A celebrity scandal was exposed, and I became a top internet celebrity. Yanjing. Inside the office of the Imperial City Entertainment Center. In short, Xiao Yun, your contract is about to expire. Getting to participate in such a big variety show at this final moment can be considered your lucky break. Do you understand what I'm saying? This might be your last chance to shine in this industry. I hope you'll cherish it. Wearing a suit and noticeably overweight, Wang Tianba forced a fake smile as he looked at the man opposite him. That man had a handsome face, with a faint chill in his eyebrows. He looked barely over 20, tall and slender, dressed simply with a preference for black and white combinations. This unique style only highlighted his pale, jade-like skin. Listening to Wang Tianba's seemingly sincere advice, Xiao Yun lightly furrowed his brows but didn't he respond. His eyes were indifferent, fixed on the tea in front of him, showing no intention to answer. Bang! Xiao Yun, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or what? After a long silence, Wang Tianba suddenly slammed the table, trying to grab Xiao Yun's attention. More than half an hour had passed since he started talking. His mouth was dry, yet the other side didn't he utter a single word. Always keeping the same expression, answering nothing. The last time Wang Tianba met Xiao Yun was when he was traveling. Even then, the kid's expression was like this, indifferent, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. Back then, seeing Xiao Yun's good looks, Wang Tianba wanted to recruit and cultivate him. In truth, Xiao Yun wasn't very interested in the job, and he had no intention of signing the contract Wang Tianba offered earlier. But despite Xiao Yun's reluctance, his reckless father messed things up. Through a series of tricks by his father and Wang Tianba, Xiao Yun unknowingly became part of the company and was signed to a multi-year contract. Then his father disappeared without a trace. Initially, after signing Xiao Yun, Wang Tianba and the executives were delighted because of his appearance. More importantly, his ethereal aura was mesmerizing. With such natural gifts, add a little persona, some hype, and paid followers, he was bound to quickly join the ranks of top stars. What no one expected was Xiao Yun's complete indifference to all of it. He never spoke a word, like a mute. And his few outfits were always black and white, either all black or all white. When hosts asked him questions, he just stood there blankly without replying. When sent to entertain rich women, if they tried anything, he responded with fists and kicks. So during that time, Xiao Yun offended almost every resource he could have accessed. They got nothing from him and even lost money. In this situation, they gave up on trying to promote Xiao Yun, letting him rot until his contract expired. Time passed, and finally, Xiao Yun's contract was about to end. But unexpectedly, an outdoor survival show reached out to their company seeking cooperation. They asked the company to pick a suitable punching bag to join, with the only condition that the person would highlight other celebrities on the show. Upon hearing this, all the executives instantly decided on the useless Xiao Yun. So Wang Tianba was summoned back from outside work to have a talk with Xiao Yun, hence the earlier scene. Xiao Yun grew up deep in the mountains, descended from tomb raiders, and somehow ended up in the entertainment industry. Because of his aloof personality, he stayed silent on shows, didn't he cooperate during filming, and was eventually shelved. As the contract end approached, the company, out of spite, made him take a lousy job on a celebrity survival show to support the other spotlight. This show, simply put, was an outdoor survival program called The Great Entertainment Adventure. Celebrities would lead viewers to experience real survival on a deserted island. When the show officially started, the audience realized something was off. It had something. The production crew staged a disappearance scenario. First, the celebrities were trapped on the island, fearful yet curious about their surroundings. During the ensuing challenges, they revealed their true natures and faced multiple scandals, unaware that hidden cameras recorded everything. Seeing Xiao Yun still indifferent, Wang Tianba's chest heaved violently. He abruptly stood up and sat down directly in front of Xiao Yun. Leaning forward with his bulky figure, he grabbed the cup of tea Xiao Yun was staring at and threw it on the ground, issuing a harsh ultimatum. Stop playing dead. I'm telling you, when you signed the contract, your father took millions from us. No matter what, you have to participate in this show. You don't get to choose. This is your obligation. Clear enough? When the show ends, your contract ends. Then you can do whatever you want. We won't care. At the mention of father, a flicker of emotion flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes but quickly returned to calm. Next, he stood up straight, startling Wang Tianba, who was sitting beside him. He suddenly recalled when Xiao Yun fought off those rich women who tried to grope him, beating their tough bodyguards to the ground. Wang Tianba thought he might have spoken too harshly. Was this guy about to retaliate? What do you want to do? I am telling you, if you lay a hand on me, I'll sue you. Wang Tianba stammered, lacking confidence. Xiao Yun showed no special reaction, only looking down at Wang Tianba with a cold gaze, making him shiver. Then Xiao Yun's low voice sounded. When does the show start? Chapter 2, Fans welcome at the airport. Da Mimi and Ri Ba arrive. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianba suddenly froze for a moment, but then quickly snapped back. Was Xiao Yun planning to participate in this show? Immediately, as if fearing Xiao Yun would regret it the next second, a broad smile spread across his face. He interlaced his fingers and said with a sly grin, the flight from Yanjing airport tomorrow morning at 8. I'll send you the ticket shortly. After getting the answer he wanted, Xiao Yun didn't stay in the office for long. He turned and left decisively. Who? Damn, that scared me to death. Only after seeing Xiao Yun's figure leave the office did Wang Tianba feel the pressure in the room slowly dissipate. After a while, he let out a long sigh. He poured himself several cups of water at the water cooler and gulped them down before finally breathing out, finally, King done. Stepping out of the company's front door, it was already dusk outside, and the street lamps were gradually lighting up. The streets were slowly becoming lively. Xiao Yun pulled the hood of his dress over his head, covering his face, then slowly walked toward his rented room from middle school days. Even after all these years living in this bustling city, the campus still felt like a secluded mountain forest, much more fitting for him. The reason he agreed to join this show, besides the contract nearing its end, was because he felt that being in the wilderness would give him more freedom. Before long, he arrived at his rented apartment, less than 50 square meters, rented for him by the company. Because he always kept things low-key and small-scale, causing the company to subsidize quite a bit, the company's care for him was minimal. But how could Xiao Yun care about that? For him, this place was nothing more than somewhere to rest. He took out a clean set of clothes from the wardrobe and went into the bathroom. After a simple wash, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began meditating. Early the next morning, at Yanjing airport. Having known about the news in advance, fans of Yang Mi and Ri Ba arrived early at the scene, waiting to send them off. Yes, these two were popular female celebrities, also invited as guests on the show. Besides them, the show had invested heavily to invite over 10 celebrities to record simultaneously. Without exception, these stars were the hottest rising stars in the industry. Strictly speaking, aside from Xiao Yun, all the other celebrities were genuine heavyweights. This was why the show producers required Xiao Yun to act as a supporting role to highlight the greatness and righteousness of the other stars. After all, even second or third tier celebrities would cherish their reputation and would never participate in a show that could embarrass them. Is that the car? Look. Xiao Mi, I love you. Ri Ba, forever with you. Wifey, I love you all. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the fans, the cars carrying Yang Mi and Ri Ba, the two genuinely beautiful stars, slowly drove into the airport passage. How did they find out about our news? Leaning against the window, Ri Ba looked at the passionate fans outside with a face full of surprise. We never leaked the news about participating in this show, did we? At the invitation of the show, none of the stars had disclosed this information. Yang Mi and Ri Ba didn't even post about it on Weibo or inform their fan clubs. The assistant next to them was equally clueless. I don't understand this either. You told me before not to leak the information. Yang Mi was playing a mobile game beside them. After finally clearing a level, she excitedly waved her hand. Then she pulled back the curtain, looked out at the fans, and said seriously, "There's no need to overthink this. Even though we didn't reveal the news, it's hard to guarantee the other stars won't leak something. This time, there were 10 male stars and 10 female stars participating. It was difficult to ensure none of them would spill the beans. Insiders revealed that several inexplicably rising newcomers were part of the group. Plus, since everyone was leaving on the same day at the same time, it wouldn't be surprising if some guys deliberately leaked info to certain fan clubs. Once one person knew, it was easy for the news to spread to other fans. So with so many people here, Yang Mi was quite calm and not surprised. That makes sense. Ri Ba nodded gently, her pretty face full of seriousness before a trace of worry appeared. If this keeps up, we might miss our flight. One reason these two were such popular stars was not only their solid skills but also their approachable image. This is why they attracted countless fans and so much admiration. Once they got out of the car, they would surely interact with many people accepting gifts, signing autographs. Normally, they wouldn't mind these formalities, but this time was different. The flight would take off in half an hour. If they greeted every fan, they definitely wouldn't make it. Thinking of this, Ri Ba's face showed a hint of bitterness and tension. Next to her, Ling Ya pondered for a moment and suddenly had an idea. She looked at the assistants beside her and slowly smiled. Then, Yang Mi took off her hat and placed it on one of the assistants nearby, also loosening the assistant's ponytail. Xiao Wang, you and Ri Ba's assistant will get out and pretend to be me and Ri Ba to greet the fans. Your builds are similar to ours, they definitely won't recognize you. Just casually greet them, don't get close, and then head straight into the airport, understood? Xiao Wang nodded seriously. Yang Mi quickly put on various disguises and accessories on herself. Chapter 3, Reber is directionally challenged. The reason why they chose these two assistants was also based on this consideration. When they were selecting assistants, they deliberately chose those with a similar body shape to themselves. Obviously, Reber and Yang Mi's agents belong to this type, which is why we are seeing these scenes. After figuring out what Yang Mi wanted to do, Xiao Wen couldn't help but feel embarrassed for a moment. But Sister Lin, is this okay? Don't worry, everything will be fine. Just do as I say. A hint of confidence flashed across Yang Mi's face, and then she helped her assistant make the final equipment. After Reber next to her understood her thoughts, her eyes quickly brightened up, and she quickly asked her assistant to put on a hat, sunglasses and other things like snow. Finally, the two of them helped each other put on their coats. After doing all this, Lingya flashed a fox-like smile on her face. Okay, just do it this way, it will be fine. The assistants of the two men took several deep breaths before getting out of the car with a heroic look on their faces. Oh, Xiao Mi and the others are coming down. Xiao Mi and the others are coming down. Mom loves you, Reber, Mom loves you. See? Xiao Mi is saying hello to me. Let my life stay at this moment. When you go to participate in this program, you must always pay attention to safety. Hearing the crazy screams of the fans outside the window, the two people sitting in the car knew that the plan had taken effect. Old Chen, please go around quickly and find a crowded place to drop us off. The driver nodded quickly and then left the scene. Not long after, the two people, who had dressed up again, slowly pushed their suitcases into the inner area of the airport behind the crowd. Seeing that the fans' attention was attracted by their assistant, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and then walked non-stop towards the inside of the airport. What day is today? Why are there so many people here? Reber looked at the bustling crowd, opened her mouth in disbelief and exclaimed. It should be shortly after the Chinese New Year, and everyone is rushing back to work, so there are so many people. They often fly to various places on weekdays, but this is the first time they have seen such a lively crowd like today. Yang Mi pressed her sunglasses back on her face, then looked at Reber next to her and said, let me explain to you first, I don't know the way. Are you sure you can find the boarding entrance? Every time they go out, their assistants will follow them, so things like finding the entrance are all solved by the assistants. But this show is different, they are going to survive on a deserted island, and it is impossible for them to bring assistants with them. In other words, from this moment on, everything that happens next will depend on Reber and Yang Mi themselves. Sister Xiaomi, what are you talking about? Seeing that the other party actually questioned her, a hint of anger immediately flashed across Reber's pretty face. Ever since the two of them met yesterday, the other party has been questioning his ability to find the way. This made Reber, who considered herself the brains of the human map, feel quite wronged. Then Reber confidently puffed out her chest and assured, don't worry, I have memoized the map in my mind. And let me explain to you again, when it comes to finding my way, I am the real king. There is no road that I don't know. Besides, a place like Yanjing Airport is so small. Finding the boarding gate is a piece of cake for me. You just need to follow me. Reber said this with great confidence. Seeing her confident look, Yang Mi nodded and said, okay, then hurry up, we don't have much time left. Okay, then you follow me. Seeing that the other party finally compromised, Reber showed an excited smile on her face, and then led the way, looking for her own boarding entrance. 15 minutes passed like this. Yang Mi followed Reber, and when she passed by the bathroom she had seen before, her expression became a little doubtful. Wait. Yang Mi stopped Reber from moving forward and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure we haven't been going around in circles since just now? How is that possible?" Faced with Yang Mi's questioning words, Reber immediately rejected it. "We've been to this restroom several times. Look at the out of order sign at the door. I've seen it several times." Yang Mi pointed to the restroom not far away. She didn't know the way, but that didn't mean she couldn't read. She had been to this place so many times, how could she not recognize it? Hearing this, Reber looked at the sign at the bathroom door and was stunned for a moment, then she said confidently, "I definitely won't lead you the wrong way. Plus, all the restrooms in this airport look the same, so it's normal that you've seen them several times." When Yang Mi heard this, she fell silent instantly. "Sister Xiaomi, if you doubt me again, I will really be unhappy. Don't you still trust me about the relationship between us?" Seeing Yang Mi nodded very solemnly, Reber's face instantly fell. "My sense of direction has always been strong, so why does the local government just not trust me? I don't mean to question your meaning." Seeing Reber pouting, Yang Mi hurriedly explained. She admitted that the Yanjing airport was indeed quite large, but it was not so large that it took them more than 10 or 20 minutes to find the boarding gate. She looked at her watch and found that her flight was about to take off. If she continued to detail like this, she would definitely be delayed. "I have to find someone to ask for directions." After having this idea, Yang Mi quickly looked around carefully, wanting to find a passerby to ask about the location of the boarding gate. At this moment, a figure in black clothes and black pants suddenly came into her sight, and the other person seemed to be slowly approaching them. "See this scene? Look at that person." Yang Mi patted Reber's shoulder and pointed at the figure. "That man seems to be coming over. Let's go ask him about this." Reber got anxious when she heard this. "That won't work. Believe me. With my efforts, we will definitely find the boarding gate. I'm really better than navigation." Chapter 4, Lost and Met Xiao Yun. "Wait for me, Sister Xiaomi, do you really believe me?" Although Reber looked sincere, Yang Mi, who was already late for the flight, could not care less at the moment. She ignored her good sister and walked towards the man without any hesitation. Seeing this, Reber had no choice but to quickly follow her with her suitcase. "Hello, sir." Ling Yue quickly approached the passerby and was about to ask him for detailed information about Deng Jing Zhongku, but after seeing the man's appearance. At this moment, Yang Mi choked on the second half of the question. Then, the whole person just stood there in a daze. Reber, who came with her, was also dumbfounded after seeing the man's appearance clearly. There is no other reason that could cause these two people to have such symptoms, it's because this man is really too handsome. He can't just be described as handsome. The man in front of them was different from those with all kinds of high-tech equipment. The two people were able to quickly recognize that every part of this man's face was natural and pollution-free. Moreover, his facial features could make these girls, who were used to seeing handsome guys and young handsome men, stunned. Appearance was only one reason. The more important reason was that they could feel a unique temperament from this man. The man had an extremely handsome appearance, but his eyes were extremely dull, as if everything around him was not worthy of his attention. Those clear black and white eyes make people want to fall deeply into them. This was the first time that either Reber or Yang Mi had seen a man with such an excellent temperament, and they were all stunned for a moment. The figure they stopped happened to be Xiao Yun, who had just arrived at the airport and was about to board the plane. When he was about to head to the boarding gate, he saw these two girls and stopped him as if they needed help. After being stunned for several seconds, the two people realized that staring at others like that was not very polite, so they reacted. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Mi cleared her throat a few times to ease the awkward atmosphere, and then asked Xiao Yun politely, "Sir, do you know where the boarding gate for the flight from Yanjing to Mochang'er is? My good friend and I have been looking for it here for a long time, but we can't find it." When Reber heard this, many question marks instantly appeared on her face. "What do you mean I really can't find it? Do you want to listen to what you are saying?" When Reber heard Yang Mi say that she really couldn't find it, she immediately got furious. "Sister Xiaomi, what are you talking about? How could I not find it? I'm a human navigation system. Even if you don't believe me, you shouldn't question me like this. Do you know how deeply this sentence hurts my heart? Reber complained unhappily, then temporarily put Xiao Yun's appearance out of her mind, and said confidently, then let this young man judge for us. Isn't the boarding gate for the 8 o'clock flight from Yanjing to Mokang on the right? As she said this, she stared at Xiao Yun in front of her with wide eyes and asked. After a period of silence, under the inquiring gazes of the two people, Xiao Yun calmly pointed in the direction of the left. The direction Xiao Yun pointed to was exactly the other direction that Reber mentioned on the left. It's clear the case has been solved. Looking at the direction indicated by the campus, Yang Mi shook her head speechlessly. I knew. How is it possible that I still haven't found the boarding entrance after such a long time? It turns out that this silly girl has shown me the way from the very beginning, allowing me to wander around for a long time. It's obviously you who don't know the way, yet you insist on saying it's some human navigation. It seems that I will have to rely on myself to lead the way in the future. However, Reber, who was the target of criticism, did not feel at all that she had led people astray. Instead, she felt that Xiao Yun had gone in the wrong direction. How is this possible? It's obvious that you are confused, brother. How can the boarding gate be on the left? Confused. When Xiao Yun heard her comments, he just glanced at her calmly. His expression remained calm and he did not show any special emotional fluctuations. As a descendant of a tomb raiding lieutenant, when he was learning this skill, his family threw Xiao Yun into the deep mountains and forests for several months, and he was unconscious even then. Under such circumstances, he could directly find his way back to his original destination. With such abilities, how could I possibly get lost in such a small Yanjing airport? Therefore, regarding the confused aspect that the woman mentioned, it is impossible for Xiao Yun to show any of it at all. However, Xiao Yun, who has always disdained to engage in verbal disputes with others, naturally would not express his opinion on this. Anyway, he has pointed out the right direction. As for whether the two girls believe it or not, that is not their problem. Da. At this moment, the airport broadcast rang out, all passengers flying to Mokang, please hurry up and board the plane. Please. Hearing this voice, Xiao Yun looked up at the clock not far away. There were only more than 10 minutes left before the flight took off. He looked at the two girls in front of him calmly and said, please make way. A low and calm voice rang out, startling the two girls who were still arguing about the boarding entrance. Then they subconsciously took several steps back, making way for Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun walked forward without any reluctance. Reber, who was standing next to him, seemed to have thought of something and quickly grabbed the hem of his clothes. Hey, wait a moment. A stranger caught him inexplicably. Even though the other person was a pretty girl, Xiao Yun still frowned slightly. Then, he looked at Reber next to him with a calm look. Reber seemed to realize that her action was quite impolite, and coupled with Xiao Yun's glance, she inexplicably felt a sense of nervousness spreading. At that time, there was no change in Xiao Yun's eyes and expression, but Reber still inexplicably felt a sense of oppression coming towards her. This made her feel a little overwhelmed and she didn't know what to say. Yang Mi, who was standing next to her, saw this and quickly grabbed her best friend's hand. I'm sorry, sir, my friend is a bit careless, please don't bother with her. Chapter 5, Confidence of a Road Obsessed. That's not what I meant. Seeing her good sister next to her, Reber instantly gained confidence and quickly explained, I want this gentleman to follow us next time. Come with us. Yang Mi immediately showed a puzzled expression when she heard this. What does this girl want to do? That's right. Reber nodded, then looked at Xiao Yun next to her. Just now, this gentleman heard the reminder and was in a hurry to leave. He should also be on the flight to play Mo Changer, right? Hearing this, Xiao Yun pulled his sleeve away from the other person's palm. His expression remained neutral, he just glanced calmly at the time next to him. Reber didn't care whether he responded or not, she just said to herself, since we met, it's fate. I see that you don't know the way, so follow me. I'll take you to the boarding gate. The direction you indicated just now is wrong. You will definitely not be able to find the gate if you rely on yourself. The flight is about to take off. You'd better follow me quickly. When Yang Mi asked Xiao Yun just now, although Xiao Yun's attitude was cold, he pointed out the direction. Although Reber thought it was wrong, it was enough to show that this person was not a bad person. Since everyone was heading to the same destination, Reber thought it was okay for them to go together. As a human navigation GPS, Reber doesn't think there is anyone in the world who knows the way better than herself. Reber, stop it. Yang Mi saw her best friend nearby. At this time, she still thought that she had not taken the wrong path, and suddenly felt very helpless. Haven't you figured out the situation yet? You've led me through so much trouble from the beginning, and now you're saying what you just said. She really couldn't understand what was in her good sister's head. She was too confident. The next moment, she gently pulled her best sister's arm and said in a low voice, "My dear sister, please let them leave as soon as possible." Xiao Yun was also speechless about her behavior, but his expression was still quite cold. "No thanks," he declined politely. After saying this, he didn't give the other party time to respond. He quickly passed by the two people, leaving them with a dashing back. What on earth is this guy? Looking at the other person's black figure going away, Reber looked quite unhappy as she felt her kindness was rejected. "I just wanted to help him, but he acted as if he was avoiding a jinx. I don't look scary at all." "Okay," Yang Mi patted her good sister's shoulder gently, "after all, we are strangers to them, so it's normal for them to be wary. Don't think too much. Let's find the boarding gate as soon as possible. The plane is about to take off. You know what kind of temper Director Chen Dao has. If we are really delayed, we will be scolded." Director Chen Dao is the planning director of this program and also the most famous director in the circle. Any proposal or variety show that gets his nod will become a huge hit. This is why, when Director Chen Dao was hosting this program and looking for those stars, he specifically stated so many demanding requirements, and those stars still accepted them obediently. No matter what, no star would refuse the huge profits that this program would bring to them. Even Yang Mi and Reber have the same idea. However, Director Chen Dao attaches great importance to work content and time. If you are really late and delay the filming of the program, no matter how big your status is, you will be excluded. So after hearing this serious warning, Reber restrained her impatient expression, but then she saw Yang Mi look in the direction Xiao Yun pointed and asked tentatively, "Otherwise?" Reber interrupted her right away before she could say anything. "Sister Xiaomi, you still have to believe me. I will definitely be able to get on the plane before it takes off. I am the king of human navigation. How could I get lost in this airport? Just follow me." After making the harsh words with great confidence, Reber didn't care about Ling Yay's expression. She held her own suitcase with one hand and Yang Mi's suitcase with the other and walked forward quickly. Yang Mi looked at her in a hurry with a helpless expression, and then looked to the other side with a conflicted look. "Girl, you better find the boarding gate for the plane." Yang Mi gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and quickly followed. "Dear Ms. Yang Mi, Ms. Reber, the flight GY7814 you are taking is about to take off. Please hurry to gate 13 to board the plane." In such a large airport, the reminder sounded slowly. There were less than 5 minutes left before takeoff, and the crew members began shouting in the waiting hall. That's right, the two people who arrived a long time early still haven't found the boarding gate. "Reber, I really believed your ghost." Yang Mi listened to the broadcast urging her to get on the plane, and she gritted her teeth for a moment. She shouldn't have trusted this silly girl to lead the way. The result of believing her was that I ended up walking around in the waiting hall for a long time. Seeing Yang Miner's somewhat frustrated look, Reber instantly became depressed and could only find an excuse and said, "Maybe we have run into a ghost wall, Sister Xiaomi, this area must be unclean. Give me the luggage." Yang Mi was too lazy to listen to her anymore, so she quickly grabbed her luggage and looked for the staff nearby. Soon, she set her sights on a uniformed staff member and rushed forward without hesitation. "Hello, sir, where is the boarding gate to Mochanger?" The notary who heard this looked at the two people in surprise, and then could only point to the left. "The second channel on the left is the boarding entrance. There is only one flight at 8 o'clock in this terminal today. Can't you find the entrance?" Hearing the staff member's incredulous tone, Yang Mi felt like she was about to lose face. Fortunately, she was in disguise at this time, otherwise she would have been exposed. Then she glared at her best friend next to her with resentment, and said to the staff member embarrassedly, "Can you take us there? We really don't know the way." Chapter 6. The airport staff were completely confused. According to the current level of the two people, Yang Mi felt that even if the staff pointed out the direction, they might not be able to find it if they were left to search for it. When the staff heard them say this, they widened their eyes in surprise. Could it be that there was something wrong with their instructions just now? It's just a few steps away, do you still need to carry it yourself? The staff member was stunned for a moment, and based on his professional ethics, thought that the two people must be typical people with poor direction, the kind who couldn't even find the direction after turning a corner. So he could only nod gently and said, "Okay, then you two follow me." "Thank you very much." After the theft, Yang Mi followed the staff with her suitcase. Although Reber was somewhat reluctant, she still followed them obediently after seeing Yang Mi's eyes. Not long after, the two people were finally led by the staff to the boarding gate. At this time, there were less than 2 minutes left before the plane took off. I'm afraid if they had been a step later, they wouldn't even be able to get on the plane. "Thank you so much, and I'm sorry to have caused you any trouble." After thanking the staff profusely, Yang Mi entered the boarding gate with her suitcase and boarding pass. The following procedures were quite quick and smooth. When it was Reber's turn, she handed over the boarding pass in her hand while speaking with considerable dissatisfaction. "I have a problem I want to share with you. I hope you can talk to your leader about it." The staff member who heard this looked depressed, but still smiled and said, "Excuse me, what's the problem?" About this, Reber pointed to the road signs hanging everywhere behind her and said seriously, "I think the road signs in your terminal are all installed in the wrong direction. My good sister and I have been wandering around here for so long and still can't find the boarding gate. You must report this to the higher-ups. It will be troublesome if those passengers can't get on the plane because of your mistake." The staff who heard this were all questionable. The staff members nearby had the same expression. They were all confused by this inexplicable statement, and their faces were filled with surprise. What is this pretty lady talking about? The Yanjing airport is such a small place, how is it possible that all the targets were wrong? I'm afraid you've got the wrong direction, old man. Hearing this, Yang Mi stopped at the registration entrance, looking helpless and angry. It was only at this moment that I realized how confident my sister was. I had really underestimated her before. Although I am not very good at finding my way, it is not so outrageous that I would end up like this from beginning to end and still have the nerve to question other people's road signs. The key point is that Reber's expression was so serious that the staff must have been confused. If there is a crack in the ground, I can just put it in there if I'm afraid. Although the staff member was a little stunned when he heard this, he reacted quickly and his expression was still quite enthusiastic. He did not intend to answer the question, but wisely changed the subject. "Your plane is about to take off, so please board as soon as possible and don't delay." They didn't take seriously what Reber had just said about the road signs, because it was simply impossible and they had absolute confidence. "Hurry up." Yang Mi greeted him unhappily, then hurried into the passage. Seeing this, Reber also picked up her luggage and turned back to say to the staff, "Please remember to report this to your superiors." After saying this, she followed Yang Mi without looking back. Soon the two people disappeared into the passage. At this time, the staff just smiled lightly and did not take the matter to heart. They just thought it was a funny joke. At the last moment before the plane took off, the two people finally put their luggage away and began to look for their seats. Since the seats at the front of the flight were basically reserved, they had to squeeze into the economy class. Fortunately, the journey was not very long. Reber checked her seat with her ticket and then found her seat on the luggage rack. This way, this way. The two people's seats were next to each other, so Reber quickly greeted Yang Mi. But then, when she was about to sit down in her seat, she suddenly saw a very familiar figure sitting by the window. "Why are you here?" Since she had just met Xiao Yun, Reber was quite familiar with his all-black clothes, especially the fact that he hid his appearance. Although one might mistake him for someone else because of his clothes and appearance, the unique aura around Xiao Yun was quite eye-catching. Because of this, Reber can be sure that this man is the one she met at the airport just now. It was obvious that he was the man that Yang Mi had asked for directions and pointed in different directions. I didn't expect that the two groups of people had such a connection. Not only did they take the same flight, but they also sat next to each other. It really was such a coincidence. Xiao Yun, who had covered his face very well, looked over subconsciously when he heard the person next to him asking. He glanced at them lightly and saw that it was the girl from before, so he retracted his gaze and continued to look at the scenery outside the window without paying any attention to them. After all, these two people have only met once. Seeing the other party's cold attitude, Reber, who had come up laughing, suddenly didn't know how to react. "What happened, Reber? At this time, Yang Mi also came over, and seeing her good sister standing there in a daze, she looked in her direction and asked, "Why are you standing here like an idiot? Hurry up." The next second, when she saw the familiar figure, the words in her mouth suddenly stopped. At this moment, many thoughts suddenly ran through Yang Mi's mind, her brows furrowed, and her eyes gradually became serious. This is really too much of a coincidence, it makes people feel that this was done on purpose. As two popular stars in the circle, they naturally have many fans on weekdays, although these fans are mixed with some black fans. So at this moment Xiao Yun also aroused Yang Mi's suspicion. She suddenly thought in her mind. Chapter 7 Why is it you? We met again. Not only was this man on the same flight as the two of them, but they were also flying to the same destination and even had seats next to each other. How could it be such a coincidence? In addition, the other party had been concealing his true appearance, which made Yang Mi even more suspicious, and her eyes were suddenly filled with vigilance. The moment Yang Mi, who was still standing in the aisle, saw Xiao Yun, many bad thoughts suddenly occurred to her mind. However, if other people heard these thoughts, they would probably regard them as laughable. If you say so, then aren't there other people on this plane heading to the same destination? This so-called way of thinking is truly amazing. Dear passengers, please note that the plane is about to take off. Please go to your seats quickly. The voice of the flight attendant came over the radio. Hearing the voice, Yang Mi quickly retracted her gaze, then patted her good sister on the shoulder. "Hurry back to your seat." After running away and seeing the boring hotbar, he just curled his lips, secretly evaluated Xiao Yun as a weirdo, and returned to his seat. And Yang Mi sat in the aisle seat. Not long after the broadcast ended, the plane quickly climbed to a high altitude. Yang Mi was resting with her eyes closed at this time, while Reber was looking absent-mindedly at the book in her hand, occasionally glancing at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, who was sitting by the window, had a huge hat on his head, and almost half of his face was covered in darkness. He rested his eyes with his hands on his ears. The light shone gently, illuminating his clean and handsome cheeks. The movie-like quality of the scene made Reber unable to help but be fascinated. Xiao Yun had already noticed a hint of curiosity in the other person's eyes. After all, his senses of touch were much better than those of others. After realizing that the other party didn't seem to have any particular ill intentions, Xiao Yun didn't say much. The cabin fell into silence, and the passengers were all doing what they wanted to do in a very polite manner. However, at this moment, there was a sudden loud muffled sound. Xiao Yun's seat jumped violently, and he quickly looked around alertly, with a golden light flashing in his eyes. At this time, the two girls next to him were also frightened by the sound. Especially Reber, who was stealing glances at Xiao Yun just now looked as guilty as a thief and quickly retracted her gaze, focusing all her attention on the book in her hands. But the blush that quickly rose on her cheeks betrayed everything. The reason why she had such a shy reaction was because when Xiao Yun opened his eyes just now, their eyes met. She was peeking and was caught red-handed. How could she not feel shy and nervous? Reber realized that Xiao Yun had discovered her, so she quickly put on her sunglasses, then stood up and looked at the passenger behind her. That's right, she wanted to change the subject and ease the embarrassment of being caught red-handed. The middle-aged man sitting behind Xiao Yun had his feet in socks resting on the window. The loud noise just now was caused by him. "Hello, sir, can you put your feet down? Your noise just now has scared me and my friends." Although she tried her best to divert her embarrassment and Xiao Yun's assistant, her tone seemed quite casual. The actions of this middle-aged man just now really caused trouble to myself and the people around me. If he continues to maintain this posture, then I will have no peace of mind in the future. You have to know that the total duration of this flight is as long as for 5 hours. Although the time is not long overall, for these stars who often fly around for announcements, it is already a very rare time. She didn't want her rest to be affected because of other people's actions. Hearing this, Xiao Yun looked at Reber calmly, his expression still neither sad nor happy, without any ripples. The middle-aged man seemed not to have heard the advice and continued to cross his hands. Seeing this scene, Reber, who was just giving the other party a friendly reminder, frowned instantly. She wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Yang Mi next to her. Then Yang Mi pressed the button to call the flight attendant without hesitation. Soon, a stewardess with a gentle smile appeared in front of the two of them. "Excuse me, passengers, do you have any needs? The gentleman behind us has seriously disturbed our rest time." Please go and talk to him. Yang Mi said, pointing at the middle-aged man behind her. When the stewardess came over just now, she had already noticed the other party's indecent behavior, so after hearing Yang Mi's words, she nodded gently, okay, please wait a moment. After communicating with the flight attendant, the uncle finally put his feet down. Although he looked very reluctant, he did not do anything out of line. After solving this problem, the few people fell into silence again. But at this time, Reber seemed inexplicably restless. The scene of her and Xiao Yun's eye contact just now kept replaying in her mind. This time, she really didn't dare to steal a glance. Any questions? Noticing her unusual behavior, Yang Mi asked. Hearing her good sister's inquiry, Reber answered with a relaxed look, no. Although he said that, he still subconsciously looked at Xiao Yun next to him. Although Yang Mi realized that something must have happened to her good sister, she couldn't force her to say anything she didn't want to. Have a good rest, otherwise it will be difficult for you to rest after you arrive at that deserted island. After giving some instructions, Yang Mi took off the blindfold and continued to rest. Next is the time for the guests to gather, which is also the time for the live broadcast program to start. In other words, after arriving at the airport, they had no time to rest at all, and they had to start the live broadcast as soon as the guests arrived. This is the program style that director Chen Dao has always used. Yang Mi knew this, so she would seize every opportunity to rest and keep herself in the best condition. If you land on the ground, you will have to run everywhere. Hearing her good sister say this, Reber nodded slightly. Chapter 8, Reber peeks at Xiao Yun. Reber then closed her eyes obediently and began to rest. At this time, Xiao Yun opened his eyes and glanced at them calmly. Although he had been looking out the window, he already knew that the purpose of the two people was related to his, and they were all going to participate in the wilderness survival program. But the next second, he looked out the window again. Although he has been in the circle for so long, he is not familiar with the people in the circle, let alone these two girls. But regardless of anything else, it was indeed a kind of fate that I met these two female stars in the economy class of the plane and sat together with them. If other ordinary people encounter this kind of thing, even if there is no intersection between the two parties, they will find ways to say hello. After all, the two of them are very popular in the entertainment industry, and even if they can leave a little impression, it is a very good thing. But in Xiao Yun's opinion, he had only met these two people once. Although the other party was also participating in the wilderness survival program, he did not want to get to know the other party. He has been like this recently and has gotten used to being alone. He doesn't need any companions or friends. After all, when he really goes into the deep mountains and forests or goes down to the cemetery, he alone is enough. After the previous incident was successfully resolved, the rest of the journey for the few people seemed to be particularly smooth, and no other accidents occurred. We spent some time peacefully on the plane and soon landed at the airport. Let's go quickly. Reber took the luggage from the luggage rack, put on her mask and other things, and called to Yang Mi beside her. Do you mean still following you? After the previous lesson, Yang Mi waved her hand reluctantly, absolutely not. You have lost my trust in you. I would rather follow other passers-by than follow you again. Having said that, she took her luggage directly, then walked past Reber without hesitation and followed the group off the plane. There's no point in doing this. Looking at her good sister, who was clamming and greeting her in front with a fake smile on her face, Reber's expression instantly became unhappy. But looking at Yang Mi's unhesitating back, she knew that her road recognition skills were of no use. So she had no choice but to follow the crowd. The two people who followed the large group successfully arrived at the luggage claim area. After taking down their respective luggage, Yang Mi was again in a dilemma and suddenly found it difficult to make a choice. If I want to leave this airport, where should I go? Seeing Yang Mi so conflicted, Reber, who was originally a little angry, instantly became complacent. He. I knew it would turn out like this. In the end, I still have to rely on my human GPS. Cough. Reber cleared her throat and walked slowly to Yang Mi. My beautiful lady, do you need someone to lead the way for you? Hearing this, Yang Mi glanced at her and said unhappily, can you understand the language here? After hearing this, Reber's expression froze for a moment. It seems that the question raised by Yang Mi hit the nail on the head. She certainly couldn't understand these unfamiliar languages, but in Reber's mind, aren't there only a few exit gates at the airport? How could I be too lazy to type in my own human navigation? You look down on me when you say that. We need to open up a little bit. The next moment, Reber's expression became quite confident again. I checked the local guide before I came here. Although I can't see the signposts clearly, there are only 3 exits here. As long as we keep going forward, we can get out of this airport. Just trust me, dear sister. I'm sure I won't be wrong this time. Hearing the other party's solemn statement, Lingya's expression was full of distrust, and she rolled her eyes at her. Anyway, I don't believe it. Unless you have a broken brain, you would not believe what this stupid woman says. When Reber heard this, her expression froze again. How can you say such a thing? This already hurts my heart, just trust me one last time. Seeing the other person's coquettish look, Yang Mi quickly pulled her fingers away and refused without any hesitation, don't play this trick on me. Then her beautiful eyes began to look at the staff on the scene. Then the next moment, she focused her eyes on the figure dressed in black. The moment she saw the figure, Yang Mi's lips curled up into a smile, and then she pulled her good sister's luggage and said, let's go find that person. Reber, who was being pulled by her good sister, looked confused, as if she was unemployed again. Then she followed her good sister's gaze and quickly spotted the figure in black among the group of people who were almost all foreigners. Why is it always him? The black color that filled Reber's eyes appeared so easily that she screamed in surprise. This man had given them directions before, and he was on the same flight and they sat next to each other. Sir, please wait for us for a moment. Seeing that Xiao Yun's pace was getting faster and faster, and the two of them were about to catch up, Yang Mi said without any hesitation. I hope that by speaking the language of my motherland, I can make that man stop. Not surprisingly, the other party stopped immediately the moment he heard the voice. Seeing this scene, Yang Mi's expression instantly became happy. Although the other party acted quite indifferent, he is still a good person after all. But then something surprising happened to Yang Mi. Xiao Yun only stopped for a moment and then continued to move forward without hesitation. From the looks of it, he had no intention of waiting for the two of them. Cut. Seeing that the other party ignored the two of them and just hurried on his own, Reber snorted in dissatisfaction and said to Yang Mi, good sister, don't bother with him, that guy is a cold-faced devil. I think you should listen to me. Let me lead the way. We can definitely find a way out of the airport. Hearing this, Yang Mi said calmly, without any hesitation, absolutely not. I will never let you lead the way for me again. Chapter 9. Xiao Yun, are you coming to participate in the show too? After saying this, Yang Mi pulled the suitcase in one hand and her good sister in the other, and slowly walked out following Xiao Yun. Although the other party only paused for a moment subconsciously and did not show any intention of waiting for the two of them. But Yang Mi could still clearly feel that the other party's pace was much slower than before, as if he was leading the way for the two of them. After all, his attire and figure stood out among the crowd, so it would definitely be right to follow him out. At this time, Reber gave up the idea of struggling and could only follow her good sister. Several minutes later, at one of the exits of the airport, two people followed Xiao Yunshan and began to look for people who survived on the deserted island. Here. Not long after, Reber discovered that in a corner of the airport, there was a board with the words, Desert Island Survival Program Team, written in her native language. She quickly pulled Yang Mi and pointed over there. After saying this, she frowned again and asked in confusion, why is that man going there too? Hearing this, Yang Mi also turned her gaze over. They followed the figure all the way and slowly approached the people approaching. But Yang Mi didn't think much about it, and just guessed, maybe he is going in the same direction. Let's go with you. We have wasted too much time. Aha. Hearing this, Reber quickly pulled her good sister and moved towards the staff. At the same time, Xiao Yun, who was walking in front, also slowly walked towards the program crew. At this time, the staff also noticed Xiao Yun and slowly approached him. In fact, he had already noticed that Xiao Yun was leaning towards him, but his thoughts were similar to those of Yang Mi and the others. He just felt that Xiao Yun's temperament was particularly unique. For a moment, he met Xiao Yun's black and white eyes and even forgot what he wanted to ask. I'm Xiao Yun. Seeing the staff standing there stupidly, Xiao Yun said something to him without any hesitation. Xiao Yun. Seeing that the other person's voice was as dull as his appearance, the staff subconsciously searched for this name in their hearts. Are you the Xiao Yun? The next moment, he looked at Xiao Yun as if he had seen a ghost, and said in great surprise, "Are you the legendary Xiao Yun?" As the staff who came to pick up the guests at the airport for this show, they had already memoized all the information about those stars in advance. But I really don't know much about this Xiao Yun. All I know is that this guy is completely different from other stars. No matter what variety show or TV series he is in, he always looks like a dead person. He stood in the corner and didn't say a word for a long time. When he first debuted, he offended all the forces he could, so he became notorious. Chen Dao had previously stated that he would use this type of small role to highlight the greatness of other stars. When Xiao Yun's company received this task, they guessed who would come out to play the big fool. What they really didn't expect was that Xiao Yun would be the big victim. When Xiao Yun first signed the contract, he was indeed very popular for a while, but because he offended all the investors, he was hidden by the company. Now, someone like him can be said to be a small star outside the 20s, which is quite suitable for this position. I just don't know if he will cooperate well in the future. However, these issues are not what he, the airport reception staff, needs to consider. All he has to do is to bring the few stars he wants to pick up over there. Seeing the staff member's surprised look, Xiao Yun had no intention of speaking, but just looked at him calmly. Cough, cough, cough. It turned out that Xiao Yun was just as difficult to deal with as the legend said. He seemed to be indifferent to everyone else. The staff could only cough to divert their embarrassment. So he forced a smile and said to Xiao Yun, "I need you to wait by the side for a while. We need to pick up 2 teachers." As soon as he finished speaking, a rather surprised voice rang out. "What does this mean? Are you here to participate in this wilderness survival show as well?" The person who made the sound was Reber, who had been following Xiao Yun. At this time, all the concealing equipment on her body had been removed, and her pretty face was full of surprise, and her big eyes were also full of disbelief. Yang Mi, who was following beside her, was also in disbelief and looked at Xiao Yun carefully. When the two of them got closer just now, they heard the conversation between the staff and Xiao Yun. It's really hard to predict. The man who had amazed both of them before was actually one of the guests on this desert island survival trip. "Hello, teachers." The staff, who had just been amazed by Xiao Yun's temperament, only noticed the approach of 2 girls at this moment and hurriedly greeted them politely. "Wait a moment." Seeing that Xiao Yun was still indifferent, Reber looked at the staff member and asked in surprise, "Is he really here to participate in Director Chen Dao's show? Then why haven't I seen him before?" The staff member who heard this became a little embarrassed, and then complained in his heart, "It's impossible for you to meet him. He was hidden by the company right after his debut. How can a big star like you meet him?" Although he said this in his heart, he still explained tactfully, "This teacher's name is Xiao Yun." "Xiao Yun." Reber murmured the name, then suddenly realized it, and then shook her head, "Never heard of it." The staff member's expression became even more embarrassed. If he hadn't heard it before, why did he look like he had suddenly realized something? In the next moment, Reber quickly looked at her good sister, "Do you have any impression of this Xiao Yun?" Unlike Reber, who is an artist herself, Yang Mi is also the boss of an entertainment company, so she definitely comes into contact with more people than Reber. So, she thought about it carefully for a while, and nodded gently, "You know what, I seem to have heard of the name Xiao Yun. Well, I think I heard it from other investors." Chapter 10: Xiao Yun's Glorious Deeds. "Is that so? Then tell me about it," Reber asked immediately when she heard that her good sister had an impression. After all, she was full of curiosity about Xiao Yun. The other person has a great appearance. No matter which angle you look at him from, he doesn't look like a celebrity in the circle. Especially the other person's otherworldly temperament, more like a fairy who practiced in the mountains, not like those worldly stars in the entertainment industry. I don't know yours, the few points I do know are. Yang Mi paused for a moment, then looked at Xiao Yun, who was still indifferent beside her. It is said that he has defeated many investors before. The heads of the investing companies who were beaten were all attracted by his looks, or wanted to use him as a gift to some big shots. Of course, Yang Mi did not mention this. Fuck, is it that powerful? When Reber heard this, her expression instantly became one of disbelief, and she even swore without caring about her image. Realizing that he had just said something unkind, he quickly covered his mouth tightly, looked around and saw that there were no cameras. Only then did he feel relieved. But at this moment, the look in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Yun changed, and was filled with respect. In this circle, many things can actually be understood without being stated out in the open. When Yang Mi said that Xiao Yun took action, she had already guessed the general reason. As long as you enter this circle, you will definitely have to deal with some people, and if it involves certain transactions, then it will be gloomy. Even if you work under good sisters and have them help you deal with problems, you will still encounter some disgusting characters sometimes. The key is that they don't dare to show off to them directly. After all, if you want to get work in this circle, there are some people you cannot offend, otherwise you will not even have any resources, let alone being banned or hidden. So in Reber's view, she was really surprised and impressed that someone dared to resist such unfair treatment. This is why she reacted so strongly after hearing her good sister's explanation just now. Even though it happened a long time ago, it is still quite exciting when talked about today. The next moment, Reber's eyes were full of admiration, and she gave Xiao Yun a thumbs up. "You are so amazing." Xiao Yun, who hadn't spoken a word from beginning to end, had a very calm expression. He still didn't seem to be bothered by the other party's praise. It was as if what the two girls had just said had nothing to do with him. Looking at Xiao Yun's calm eyes, Yang Mi's expression changed slightly. According to the unspoken rules of this circle, Xiao Yun would definitely not be in a good situation if he offended those people. According to rumors, director Chen Dao found an actor who was almost hidden to set off these stars. Judging from the current situation, the actor who has been hidden should be Xiao Yun in front of us. However, judging from his previous personality, when the show really starts, will he be able to follow the process? Thinking of this, Yang Mi was not too worried about it. After all, this was not something she needed to consider. Then, she said to Reber unhappily, "Okay, don't think that you won't be noticed by others when you are abroad. You should always pay attention to your current situation and image." When Reber heard this, she nodded obediently and agreed. Seeing that the conversation between the people finally stopped, the staff member who had been silent stood up and said, "So, everyone, shall we set off now? There is one more thing I need to tell you. According to director Chen Dao's arrangement, the live broadcast project will start after you get on the car. This is an advance notice and prediction for landing on the deserted island tomorrow. Do you think there is anything else that needs to be prepared? If there's no problem, we'll set off now. Nothing special needs to be prepared." Hearing the other party say this, Yang Mi nodded directly, "I can start anytime." At this time, she is not wearing any makeup, but Yang Mi, who spends a high amount of money on maintenance every month, is confident enough about her appearance. And Reber also nodded, "I can start anytime, too. If you encounter something like this." Seeing that both girls nodded, the staff had no choice but to turn their attention to Xiao Yun, who had kept silent next to them. "Don't worry about it. If he doesn't say anything, he must be ready. Let's go quickly." When the atmosphere was about to become awkward again, Reber quickly stepped out to smooth things over. "Where's the car? Where is the car?" Okay, right away." Seeing Reber come out to smooth things over, the staff hurriedly led the way and said, "Please follow me." As he spoke, he took a few steps forward and quickly led the way. The two girls followed him, pushing their luggage. Just after the few people walked away for a distance, Xiao Yun, who had remained silent, pulled his hat to cover half of his face, and then slowly followed them not far behind. Just as a few people were getting in touch with the staff, the live broadcast of the Wilderness Survival Show was quickly launched. This was to officially warm up for tomorrow's show, and it obviously set off a wave of publicity on the internet. The list of guests participating this time was also announced by director Chen Dao on the social platform. At this moment, not only the fans of each group, but also the audience who came to see Chen Dao himself, were stationed in the live broadcast rooms of various live broadcast platforms, waiting for this moment to come. Although the live broadcast room is still in darkness, a lot of barrages have already floated across the screen. Why hasn't it started yet? I've been waiting for a long time. There are only 5 minutes left, don't worry. Look at my good daughters and see how they are doing now. This show is about surviving on a deserted island. I think it must be a script arranged in advance. How could they be allowed to suffer? So what if we follow the script? This is directed by director Chen Dao. Do you still need to consider the quality? There are 20 celebrities going this time, half of them are men and half are women. Is it really possible? Chapter 11. The live broadcast begins. Xiao Yun causes a sensation. I guess this show is just the same old thing. You've seen the same show before. That should be the case. After all, if it's real, those delicate stars won't be able to stand it. In my opinion, it's director Chen Dao. The program he directed is definitely different from the previous desert island survival programs. I think so too. Wu Jing and the others are here to participate, so this show will definitely not be bad. I don't care what show it is, as long as I can see my idol. What on earth is Chen Dao doing? Why is he going abroad? If anything happens to my idol, he can't bear the responsibility. Stop being so funny, your idol is crying and trying to get to participate, okay? Stop making noise, the show will start soon. The audience who were watching the show in the live broadcast room were discussing various things about the show quite enthusiastically, and the dark screen in front of them lit up the next moment. After introducing the publisher and sponsor, a car quickly drove into view. Then the scene inside the car was displayed in front of everyone. Yang Mi, dressed in ordinary clothes and with no makeup on, appeared in the center of the screen. As two of the most popular stars in the circle, their status naturally caused a climax in the barrage. Oh my god, it's really beautiful. She is so beautiful even without any makeup on. Does skin like this really exist? This state makes me, a passerby, like it. Is this the legendary female star? She is so beautiful. Honey is in such great shape, I feel a little jealous. Is this the place where the variety show is recorded? It's so beautiful. Don't say that Chen Dao's shot is really amazing. Stop talking, director Chen always knows what we, the audience, need to see. It's so beautiful. I have to give this program a high score for this. At this moment, countless comments of praise floated across the screen, which featured two female stars as the main image. After all, everyone will take a second look at a beautiful female celebrity. But soon many viewers discovered that the man who had been hiding under the hat was just sitting there in the back. Look, there's a man sitting behind Honey and the others. Who is this guy? He's covering his face. It's really interesting. Are there still such shy stars these days? Is he also a guest on the show? Or is he a staff member of this show? I felt it just now, but I didn't dare to bring it up, for fear that others would say I was talking nonsense. Indeed, although I can't see what this guy looks like, he gives people a very special temperament. That's right, I was just about to say this guy is like the master in the novels. Who is this little brother? Do you know him? Tell me quickly. Oh my god, I know this guy. He is Xiao Yun. What kind of comment are you making up in the front? He even covered his face, and you still recognized him. There's no need to confirm this. This person is Xiao Yun for sure. Look at his temperament. He is unique in the circle. He was really furious when he first got angry, okay? Even if I mistakenly recognized my biological parents, I would never mistaken Xiao Yun's. The one in front is really a filial son. With your promise, I have great faith in you. I remember now. Didn't this guy bring down several investors? It's really him. I remember he was hidden away. But why did he come to participate in this variety show again, and it was directed by Chen Dao? Is he going to make a high-profile comeback? You really don't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Originally, the audience's attention was attracted by the two female stars, but after noticing Xiao Yun's presence, a large number of viewers quickly turned their attention to him. Although Xiao Yun had been hidden for a long time, the fact that he had defeated the people from the resource provider in order to refuse the unspoken rules still caused an uproar on the internet. Perhaps because the matter was publicized too seriously, the resource parties that were offended by him completely suppressed the heat of the matter. Xiao Yun also lost all his resources because he offended these people. He was directly hidden by the company he signed with and has never been seen since. Therefore, these audiences' impression of him still remains at the time when he first became popular. It was not until a viewer recognized him just now that everyone slowly recalled the memory. They remembered that there was such a unique and weird person in the entertainment industry. If it were other stars, perhaps they wouldn't have received so much attention. It may also be because the turmoil caused by Xiao Yun was too huge. Even though he has not been in the circle for many years, there are still various legends about him circulating in the circle. Moreover, Xiao Yun was extremely popular when he first debuted. Although it was not for long, many people still remembered his handsome face and extraordinary temperament. Generally speaking, there are quite a few viewers who know about the existence of Xiao Yun. Then someone took the lead, and more people began to tell the story of that year. At this moment, the barrage of discussions about Xiao Yun's momentum was not even inferior to that of Yang Mi and the other two who appeared before him. Of course, these things happened in the car, and Xiao Yun, who was preparing to participate in the show, was unaware of them. Even if he really knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. If he really wanted fame and fortune, he wouldn't have taken action against those guys in the first place, and he wouldn't have been hidden by the company for so long. Yang Mi and her partner, who were sitting in the car, followed the arrangements made by the staff, greeted the camera with a smile, and then went about their own business. The staff member just said that this trip was just a warm-up, and because they were the first to arrive, they happened to catch the premiere. When other stars arrive, the same live broadcast project will be carried out. So a few people don't need to pay too much attention to this, they just need to act according to their own style. At this time, Yang Mi was holding a mobile phone in her hand, tapping and drawing non-stop. Chapter 12 is Xiao Yun, the descendant of the tomb raiding lieutenant. Yang Mi seemed to be in a hurry to deal with her own affairs. Reber has been paying attention to the scenery outside the window. Although it seems that she is looking at the scenery outside, she still focuses her eyes on Xiao Yun from time to time. But after the last experience, she did not look at Xiao Yun as before, but just sneaked a peek at him using the reflection of the car. After the car ride just now, she became more and more curious about this man. Especially the other party's cold and indifferent attitude, which made her not even know how to organize her words. Moreover, the entire process is being live recorded. If I say something and the other party still ignores me, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? Just imagining that scene made Reber feel like digging a hole in the ground and burying herself. At this moment, Yang Mi's expression as she looked at the phone screen suddenly became incredible, as if she had discovered something interesting. She first glanced at Xiao Yun, who was sitting behind her, and then carefully compared the contents on the phone. Then, Yang Mi put away her phone, thought carefully, and looked at Reber beside her and asked, "Sister, do you want to live a more relaxed life when you survive on a deserted island?" Hearing this, Reber nodded without hesitation. "Of course, I am sure." She didn't even need to ask questions for this kind of multiple choice questions, as she already knew how to answer them. "That's good." Yang Mi showed a sly smile on her playful face, and then whispered in her sister's ear, "When we get to the island, we will team up with Xiao Yun." Reber was stunned when she heard the idea. Why should we choose him as our team member? Although her impression of Xiao Yun has improved now, this guy is really boring. Just like a weirdo who couldn't handle the daily necessities of life, he didn't say a word for a long time, as if someone owed him money. There would be no point in being with this guy, so I would never choose that. Thinking of this, Reber was about to refuse when she heard Ling Ya speak mysteriously. "Please listen to my reasons first. I just checked his information. He seems to be the descendant of a tomb raider. He grew up in the deep mountains." Just now in the car, she found her friend and asked for detailed information about Xiao Yun. If you don't check, you won't know. After checking, you will actually know Xiao Yun's hidden identity. Although Yang Mi also knew that most of the program this time was still according to the script, it would be great if she could form a team with someone who had quite rich jungle survival skills. That would be a very good guarantee for both myself and Reber. However, judging from Xiao Yun's indifferent attitude along the way, Yang Mi felt that the possibility of forming a team with him was almost zero, but she still had the thought, what if it could work? After hearing Yang Mi's explanation, Reber's expression suddenly became enlightened. At the same time, she also felt in her heart that she was indeed worthy of being her boss and her ideas were much better than hers. But in this case. Then Reber asked in confusion, "Dear boss, why did you let me go instead of going yourself?" Hearing this, Yang Mi's expression became a little unnatural, and she said with a somewhat erratic look, "Because I'm your boss, that's the only reason." "Oh, really?" Har har. Reber, who had flattered Yang Mi in a false way, exposed her without any hesitation. "I think you just don't want to be rejected in person. In that case, I won't go over and ask." Reber herself is also a popular female star in this circle, is that okay? If you propose and get rejected, you will feel extremely embarrassed, right? Seeing that Reber had no room for negotiation, Yang Mi had no choice but to give her the corresponding compensation. Then she said with a smile, "After this show is over, I will let you participate in the TV series you have always wanted to participate in. Really? Then I agree. Sure enough, after hearing the benefits, Reber agreed immediately. The scene happening inside the car was also reflected in the live broadcast room for the audience to watch. Everyone was amused by the intimate interaction between the two sisters. My dear daughter, can you please have some backbone? Har 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 har, but what TV show are you participating in? As expected of a boss, he is so generous when he speaks. It's really cunning, just like that old monster. The one in front, have you ever seen such a beautiful old monster? Do we have to organize this guy? You know, he has a lot of good CPS. Xiao Yun is the descendant of a tomb raider. I always thought this only existed in novels. My dear daughter, you can't just lose the reputation of the fan club that we have worked so hard to organize. But I thought this profession only appeared in novels, but looking at Honey, it seems to be real. Oh my god, this character is so awesome. I'm looking forward to Xiao Yun's performance in the later stages of this show. I'm only concerned about what excuse my daughter will use to team up with this Xiao Yun. Don't think too much. I bet 100 yuan that Xiao Yun will definitely refuse directly. Really? This is an invitation from my daughter. She personally invited me. Looking at this guy's indifferent look, I think the possibility of being rejected is quite high. After all, this guy doesn't care whether you are beautiful or not. That's what I think. While the audience was heatedly discussing whether Reber's trip would be successful, Reber was already in a very conflicted state. After a long while, she slowly turned her head to look at Xiao Yun, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes above the chair. Xiao Yun at the back still maintained the same state as before, his whole face hidden under the big hat, his eyes fixed on the scenery outside the window, paying attention to every detail, but his temperament still made people feel extraordinary. After swallowing a few times with some difficulty, Reber finally spoke. Xiao Yun, come to think of it, we are quite predestined to meet each other. After all, we came to participate in the same program, took the same flight, and sat next to each other. It's really fate, right? Ends with a slightly stiff opening. Chapter 13 Launch an offensive against Xiao Yun. After Reber's opening remarks, the car fell into an awkward atmosphere again. Xiao Yun, who was sitting in the back, didn't even bother to move his eyes, let alone speak. This made Reber fall into a deep state of denial. Could it be that she no longer had any appeal to the opposite sex? Yang Mi, who was standing next to her, also had a frown on her face after hearing her opening remarks. What on earth are you talking about, silly girl? Do you know how to chat with normal people? It is no wonder that Reber felt embarrassed. After all, if it were someone else, they would definitely find a way to extend the topic. But unfortunately, the two of them met Xiao Yun, such a stubborn guy who was too lazy to even speak. After the car was silent for several seconds, Reber said tentatively, you see, we are indeed destined to be together. How about we form a team? That way, we can take care of each other when the show starts. After saying this, Reber looked straight at Xiao Yun, waiting for his answer. At the same time, Yang Mi pricked up her ears, wanting to see what kind of reaction Xiao Yun would give. The audience in the live broadcast room also looked expectant, waiting for Xiao Yun's next answer. Xiao Yun, who had been looking at the scenery outside the window, finally turned his head to look at the two of them, but his eyes were still as warm and unfriendly as ever. He glanced at the two of them and refused without any hesitation, no need. After saying these two words quite calmly, his eyes returned to the scenery outside the window. In fact, when Yang Mi and the other two were discussing, Xiao Yun had already listened carefully to what they were discussing, and at the same time knew what the two girls wanted to do. But he doesn't need companions because they are burden to him. Although Reber had expected this result, she still couldn't help feeling disappointed after hearing it. I don't know if it was because she was angry or what, but when Reber heard Xiao Yun's rejection, she became even more excited. She didn't bother to care whether it was live or not, and said again, why don't you just refuse so straightforwardly? We are so destined to each other, you should think about it carefully. Although Sister Mi and I are just two girls, we also have our own strengths, okay? Then, she pulled up her sleeves in a very casual manner, wanting to show the other person the results of her training over this period of time. Seeing this, Yang Mi quickly stopped her, don't do that. If she doesn't want to, don't force her. As she said this, she pushed her best sister back into her seat. Reber, who was sitting in her seat, seemed to be even more angry, thinking back to how such a beautiful woman like herself was rejected in person. She stood up in anger and spoke angrily. Xiao Yun, with your temper, you will never find a partner in the future. What are you talking about? Yang Mi was frightened by her behavior and quickly pushed her back. She was speechless and whispered in her ear, "What are you talking about, girl? Have you forgotten that you are still broadcasting live? Being rejected in person when being invited to form a team is not a big deal, but the key point is that the following sentence changes the nature of the whole issue. I just feel angry." Reber, knowing that she was in trouble, couldn't help but mumble an explanation. At the same time, she clenched her fists. "It's all this bastard's fault." Call. After heaving a sigh of relief, Yang Mi said helplessly, "Okay, just stay here quietly from now on." Reber answered weakly, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and looked at her boss fiercely. "Then what you said before doesn't count, right? My compensation won't be invalid just because the other party rejects me, right?" Hearing this, Yang Mi looked at her good sister with the same helpless expression. "It definitely counts." "That's fine." Knowing that her reward would not be lost, Reber swept away the haze of rejection and looked at the scenery outside the window again. After rejecting the other party's invitation, Xiao Yun kept looking at the scenery outside the window, and the car fell into a rare silence. The sisters were busy with their own things, leaving Xiao Yun some time to himself. After all, being rejected once is embarrassing enough. Xiao Yun's calm eyes kept observing the scenery outside the window. Although his face was still very cold, there seemed to be some thoughtfulness between his eyebrows. In Xiao Yun's eyes, what the other party said just now was nothing at all. But compared to their silence in the car, the audience in the Wilderness Survival live broadcast room were in an uproar. The interaction between several people just now instantly plunged the audience into a heated discussion. "Ha ha ha ha, this is really hilarious. I told you before, Xiao Yun is not a pushover, he will definitely reject it directly. He can directly reject the request of such a delicate and beautiful girl. It seems that this guy is a real straight man. We just rejected it here. That's really awesome. He can refuse the invitation of such a beautiful woman without any hesitation. He is really my idol. But seriously, my daughter's expression just now was so adorable. This is the hot headline on social media today. A popular female star invited a hidden star to form a team but was rejected. The female star was so angry that she cursed the other party to find a partner. You in front of me, aren't you from UC? Without those worldly desires, Xiao Yun's expression.jpg. Although I feel sorry for my daughter, the scene just now was so loving. What is this guy called Xiao Yun doing pretending to be? It's really infuriating. I really don't know why you are so arrogant. My goddess has already said so, and you have the nerve to refuse. That's right, these are real beauties and big stars. With their help, maybe she can make a comeback. She is such a fool. Although the entire live broadcast room is dominated by a relaxed atmosphere, some particularly disharmonious elements are still inevitable. It was just like the fanatical fans of the two female stars just now saw Xiao Yun being so indifferent and started cursing in the live broadcast room. After all, in Feiyanyang's heart, their whole world revolves around certain people. Chapter 14 Xiao Yun is too straight. The mystery of the show. Therefore, Xiao Yun's indifferent attitude seemed to them to be against the will of heaven. But they can't run into the screen and do something, so they can only vent their negative emotions in the live broadcast room. In other words, even if they really met Xiao Yun, they probably wouldn't dare to do anything. It was announced that given the existence of national laws and strict sanctions, with their physiques, how could they possibly defeat Xiao Yun, who had been practicing martial arts since childhood? At the same time, Xiao Yun was naturally unaware of the barrage of comments happening in the live broadcast room. However, the two sisters Yang Mi, who had been paying attention to their mobile phones, saw a lot of bad intentions and posts appearing. What on earth is going on? Originally, Reber joined the live broadcast room to see if her excessive behavior just now had caused any bad emotions. She didn't expect so many people to curse Xiao Yun one-sidedly. These words were so disgusting that even Reber was shocked. She really didn't expect things to develop in this direction. After Yang Mi also joined the live broadcast room, she frowned tightly and subconsciously looked at Xiao Yun behind her. I saw that the other party had closed his eyes and fell into a state of rest. It was obvious that he was unaware of these things. So she breathed a sigh of relief and said to Reber, "Don't worry, I'll ask the studio to issue a clarification post right now. This time it was indeed her fault for not thinking things through. She had only wanted to invite Xiao Yun, but she had not expected that it would cause such a huge backlash. I just hope that this trend can be curbed before the other party knows what is happening. After hearing what Yang Mi said, Reber could only nod slightly but did not express much opinion. At the same time, the staff member took a look at the scenery outside the window and said, "Teachers, we are about to reach our destination." Hearing this, Xiao Yun gently opened his eyelids, took a look at the scenery outside the window, then closed his eyes again and fell into a state of rest. He grew up in an uninhabited place, so even though the show was recorded in an area he was not familiar with, it did not cause him to feel overly nervous or have other emotions. Or maybe he was already accustomed to such things. Moreover, he had all his life skills at his disposal, so even if he encountered an emergency, he could still react instantly and make the best decision. But unlike Xiao Yun's calmness, after hearing these words, Reber and the others looked at the scenery outside the window nervously. I saw a car with several people in it slowly driving into a harbor. When I looked up, I no longer saw scenery, but a sea with countless ships anchored. Seeing this sudden scene, the two people, who had originally calmed down, became tense again. Although it was not the first time for the two to participate in the program directed by Chen Dao, it was their first time to participate in this kind of survival variety show. Just thinking about it made them feel inexplicably excited. Obviously they were already looking forward to the days ahead on that deserted island. As the car they were riding in slowly drove towards their destination. At the end of the harbor, there was a huge cruise ship docked there, and next to it was a smaller cruise ship. Looking around, I thought there were only these two cruise ships docked at the end. Apparently, someone has already booked this place for the sake of the show. What is eye-catching is that the name of this program, Entertainment Adventure, is posted in a prominent position on the cruise ship. Although the show is called this, it is actually a desert island survival show. The staff introduced that this was the wilderness survival cruise ship that would be used next. These two cruise ships, one large and one small, are the ships that the program team will use next. The guests who will gather next will board the larger luxury cruise ship and head to the deserted island they have requested to survive. At the same time, inside the cruise ship, Chen Dao, the director of this variety show, was sitting on a sofa. His expression was not as relaxed as rumored by the outside world, but rather seemed a little worried. And that is the fact. He did show great excellence in controlling the emotions and processes after the show started. Because to a certain extent, this program was not planned and arranged by him. He was forced to come here, and the organizer of this program was someone else. But as a director, he had no idea who this other person was. All he knew was that the other party's identity was quite mysterious, and that he had a very deep background, and that there was some organization behind him supporting him. The reason why he was able to come and direct this program was just to use his reputation in the circle to carry out some overt publicity. And the other party specifically requested that they announce to the public that this program is a desert island survival program conducted according to traditional procedures. Therefore, whether it is the guests or the company agents behind them, they are all completely ignorant of the real situation. In other words, everyone was kept in the dark from the very beginning. Including the luxury cruise ship he is on now, it was also specially arranged by the other party. The purpose is to confuse the guests and make them relax their vigilance, thinking that the program is still carried out according to the original script and is just a superficial effort. As for where this program will go, to be honest, Chen Dao really has no idea. If he knew anything, he wouldn't be so worried. Although he tried to ask those people why they did this, their answer was always, "Don't ask if you shouldn't ask." Anyway, to sum it up in one sentence, what will happen when these guests board the cruise ship and go to the island has nothing to do with him as the director. The purpose and mission of his trip was just to gather all these guests together and bring them all on this cruise ship. Director Chen. Just as Chen Dao frowned, trying to find some clues, his assistant Xiao Yun ran in and said, "Several guests are coming." Chen Dao came back to his senses instantly after hearing this, then looked at Xiao Wang and asked, "Who's here?" "It's Yang Mi, Reber, two teachers, and the one called Xiao Yun." They arrived at the airport at the same time, so the staff arranged for them to come together. Xiao Yun explained the situation without any hesitation. Chapter 15. Mimi and Reber arrive at the show. Okay, I understand then. Because the behind-the-scenes staff of this program has already arranged everything in advance, there is not much that Chen Dao needs to be responsible for now. He had just been to the live broadcast room to check the situation, so he knew exactly what happened in the car. Just now, the Yang Mi sisters said that besides being the descendant of a tomb raiding lieutenant, Xiao Yun is not just an ordinary star, so they wanted to team up with him. In Chen Dao's opinion, it was a very wise decision. Originally, he wanted to follow the request of the guy behind the scenes and just pick a random celebrity with no clear definition to serve as a foil. So when Xiao Yun gave him Xiao Yun's detailed information to look at, he just flipped through it and agreed. After what happened in the live broadcast room just now, he checked the information about Xiao Yun again. After seeing this, he felt certain in his heart that if any accident really happened in the later stage of the program, perhaps only with the help of Xiao Yun could the others survive. After all, the other party grew up in the deep mountains and forests, and he is the descendant of the legendary tomb raider. There must be many undiscovered secrets and abilities in him. The key is that the information about him was also obtained by the company that signed Xiao Yun, so the content above cannot be false. The reason why he thought that the decision made by Yang Mi and the other person was quite wise was also the judgment he made after reading this information. When Chen Dao heard Xiao Yun say that they were about to arrive, he immediately stood up and said, "Let's go and greet them." When several people got off the yacht, they saw Xiao Yun and his car slowly stopped at the assembly area that had been arranged earlier. Soon after the car stopped, the door was opened by someone from the alley, and Yang Mi and the other person couldn't wait to get out of the car. "Wow, it's beautiful." As soon as they got off the car, they were attracted by the surrounding scenery and the luxury cruise ship, and exclaimed in disbelief. Reber couldn't help but slowly approach the cruise ship, with an expression of surprise on her face. She had already seen this huge cruise ship when the car was driving just now, and now she felt even more shocked when she saw it up close. "Welcome to my show again. I feel so lucky to have you too." Although Chen Dao and Yang Mi had recorded some variety shows before, he still complimented her. "Don't say that, old man." Hearing Chen Dao being so polite, Yang Mi quickly said with a flattered look on her face, "Director Chen, you are so polite to us, we are really scared." As she spoke, she walked over and shook hands with Chen Dao. "Director Chen, you've invested a lot of money this time." After looking at them for a while, Reber quickly walked over and pointed at the two luxurious cruise ships and complained. "You don't seem to be as stingy as you used to be when you do such a big thing all at once." Hearing Reber say this, Yang Mi was also a little surprised. When you go to a program directed by a complete set of directors, there is one sentence that they are so familiar with that their ears are almost calloused. The funding for the show is really tight, so everyone should just make do with what they can. On the other hand, this time, it sounds like a wilderness survival program that is about to start from scratch has made such a big splash before it officially begins. This not only makes people feel surprised, but also reveals a hint of something being wrong. Thinking of this, Yang Mi narrowed her eyes slightly, and then made her own analysis quite rationally. "Director Chen, you don't have any bad intentions, do you?" "Indeed, indeed." Reber agreed and nodded. "You won't come up with any more ways to mess with us, will you? Could it be that the recording of this show is fake, and your main purpose is to make us guests do hard labor for you to collect enough money for the rental of this yacht?" Hearing this, Chen Dao's face fell into embarrassment. "If you can think of this kind of plot, why don't you be the director?" Seeing Chen Dao's helpless look, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room instantly surged again. "Har har har, this is so funny, doing hard labor to make up the rent. I have always felt that my daughter's imagination is so powerful. But according to the previous routine, if Chen Dao can do this, it is within the scope of understanding. It's impossible for other directors, but for director Chen Dao, there are precedents." Director Chen Dao made a solo move of 6. "I'm afraid that the guests who have appeared on Director Chen's variety shows have been left with certain psychological tremors. I remember the previous show, where he forced my honey to deliver takeout for a whole day. And didn't Reber have to light a fire and cook for herself last time after working in the bamboo forest all day? She almost starved to death." Director Chen Dao's attitude towards making the show is to take the route of being a rip-off. "I don't want to hear anything else. I feel like there must be something fishy going on here with these two cruise ships. This is not like Director Chen's usual character. Who cares? Anyway, my expectations for the show are already high. I wonder what mysterious things Director Chen will do next." Old viewers who have observed the programs directed by Chen Dao before know that Chen Dao's character is to create the most interesting variety shows with the lowest budget. Therefore, you can often see the guests on his show doing various difficult tasks. None of the guests who have participated in the variety shows he directed escaped this disaster. Therefore, it is normal for Yang Mi and the other person to feel that there is conspiracy behind the other party's unusual move of building these two luxury yachts. After all, if the other party tries to trick the guests, he will not recognize any relatives or friends. Chen Dao, who was criticized by the audience in the live broadcast room, also felt helpless and innocent. These two yachts have nothing to do with you, do you believe it? Besides, the director behind the show is not me, but someone else. However, he could only complain about these words in his heart and could not reveal a word to anyone else. I don't need you to do hard labor, and I won't cheat you on this trip. Seeing the two girls' incredulous and questioning expressions and attitudes, Chen Dao shook his head helplessly. Then he found another excuse and said, the investor of this variety show is the one who sells these yachts. Chapter 16 Is this guy Xiao Yun an iceberg? The investors are selling these yachts. The merchants want to use you guests to build their reputation and make advertisements. Do you understand? After hearing Chen Dao's explanation, the two girls nodded in satisfaction. Okay, then we will believe you this time. What are you saying about trusting me this time? When I heard this title, I couldn't help but doubt myself. Could it be that I was too harsh on these guests? Chen Dao returned to the topic and asked the question he wanted to ask just now, why are there only the two of you and a guest? You mean the iceberg? Hearing Chen Dao suddenly mention Xiao Yun, Reba retracted her gaze and looked at the car parked next to her, and said angrily, he doesn't want to be with us, so he won't get off with us. Look at you. Hearing that Reba was out of tune again, Yang Mi glared at her quickly, and then said to Chen Dao, when we came down just now, he seemed to be asleep, so we didn't wake him up. When Chen Dao heard this, his eyes became very unhappy. How could a star who had been hidden for so long still sleep in such a situation? And even without talking about this, how could such a big director like me be here and he just pretended not to see it? Moreover, I just talked with Reba for such a long time. How can you sleep so soundly? Chen Dao, who always attaches great importance to back etiquette, looked at his assistant Xiao Wang and said, go over there and wake him up for me. Okay, director. When Xiao Wang heard this, he immediately nodded, then moved closer to the car, ready to wake up the guy who was still sleeping soundly. However, just as he took the first step, the door of the car was slowly pushed open. The sound of the car door opening immediately attracted everyone's attention. Then I saw a slender figure coming out of the city and slowly getting off the car. Could it be anyone else besides Xiao Yun? But he was not sleeping soundly as they had just said, but was in a state of rest. The first time Chen Dao saw Xiao Yun, he was immediately attracted by his extraordinary temperament. Even now, as he stood in the sun, in front of the car, he still had a sense of emptiness. Now Chen Dao could finally understand why the company tried so hard to attract traffic to Xiao Yun even after he offended so many people, and only put him in hiding when it really didn't work. With his looks and temperament, if he can package himself and seize the opportunity, it won't be a problem for him to become popular in the circle. It's a pity that this guy is too. Just when Chen Dao arrived to express his regret, Xiao Yun was already slowly approaching them. Sensing his approach, Chen Dao suppressed the urge to give him a good scolding. At this time, Xiao Yun walked over with a very powerful aura all over his body. When you are stared at by him, even if there is no special expression in his eyes and no emotion on his face, you can still feel a wave of oppression coming towards you. This was the first time that Chen Dao had been in the group for so long, and he felt this indescribable sense of oppression from a young junior. Is this the descendant of the legendary Tomb Raider? He is indeed extraordinary. At the same time, Reba and the other person were once again attracted by Xiao Yun's attention. Even they had to admit that if this guy wasn't as cold and unapproachable as he appeared to be, his looks and temperament alone would make him stand out from the crowd. They don't mind making such a friend. While several people were expressing their feelings, Xiao Yun, who had just gotten out of the car, slowly came in front of Chen Dao. At this time, Chen Dao carefully looked at Xiao Yun's unique temperament, which seemed particularly dull. It seemed as if the other person was the senior of this show, and I had the illusion that I was the junior. Cough cough cough. The atmosphere was quiet for several seconds before Chen Dao reacted. He coughed to cover up his embarrassment and said, "You are Xiao Yun, right?" After he said this, the atmosphere at the scene became quiet again. Xiao Yun, with his back straight, just looked at him quietly without saying a word. Chen Dao also fell silent for a moment. Hearing this guy being so cold, Chen Dao could only look to Reber and the other person for help. After all, they came here together and he knew them a little bit. But Reber and the other person also acted helpless at this time. Finally, it was Yang Mi who stepped forward to ease the awkward atmosphere. She sighed helplessly in her heart and said to Chen Dao, "Director Chen, this guy seems to have this kind of temper. Don't waste your time here with him." "Yes, that's right." Seeing her best friend say this, Reber also agreed, "The sun is too strong, let's go on the yacht and enjoy the air conditioning. You can also tell us about your next program plan." "That's fine." Chen Dao naturally would not refuse someone offering him a way out. After giving the two people some emotional advice, he led the way. As they said this, several people were about to walk onto the yacht. But at this time another black car slowly drove to the meeting place. When Chen Dao saw the car, he knew that another guest had arrived. Reber and the other person also stopped and looked towards the black car. Now that the guests have arrived, they naturally cannot get on the yacht before others, otherwise there will be announcements accusing them of being big shots or something like that. But the midday sun was hanging high in the sky, beads of sweat appeared on Reber's forehead, and for no reason she looked at Xiao Yun who was still standing beside her. Then, she moved closer to her good sister and said casually, "Boss, I always feel that it's pretty cool to be around that guy." Lingye raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He didn't know why Reber would say such a thing. He subconsciously looked at Xiao Yun. The other party was also standing in the sun like him. "Why would you say something like that?" He. Reber couldn't help but complain, "This guy looks like an iceberg. When we stay next to him, the temperature drops by several degrees. Isn't it cooler than standing in the sun?" Hearing this, Yang Mi was also extremely helpless. Reber's eyes were full of resentment when she looked at Xiao Yun at this moment. Chapter 17, Exposed by Mimi, Reber blushed. Apparently Reber was still holding a grudge against Xiao Yun for rejecting her invitation to form a team. Thinking of this, Yang Mi consoled him, "Don't be so fussy. We were the ones who asked them to form a team. Whether they accepted or not was their own decision. So let's just accept his wishes honestly." Reber also knew that the problem was that there was a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't get over. "That's good to know. Don't be so stingy." After saying this, Yang Mi stopped caring about this topic. While these two people were talking, the black car was already approaching. The car door opened slowly, and a tall middle-aged man walked out. Then two younger men followed him out of the car. The middle-aged man with a straight back is Wu Jing, the martial arts star who recently directed his own film. The more mature young man next to him is the leading actor of his next movie, a very good actor, Hu Ji. Behind them was an even younger boy, who was also the protagonist of one of Wu Jing's next directorial films, Qianxi. Director Chen Dao. After Wu Jing came down, he greeted Director Chen Dao with a smile and gave him a bear hug without any hesitation. In contrast, Hu Ji was much more reserved. After the two men let go, he just extended his hand and said respectfully, "Director Chen, it's been a long time since we last met." Then, he did not forget to introduce the younger generation beside him to Chen Dao. Seeing Hu Ji introducing himself, Qianxi hurried forward, bowed slightly, and greeted Director Chen Dao respectfully and humbly, "Director Chen Dao, hello, it's our first time meeting you. I have heard of your name for a long time." After greeting the director, he did not forget to greet the two Reber sisters. After all, they are veterans in the circle, and this is a necessary procedure. But unlike Reber and the other two female stars, Wu Jing and the others are mainly pursuing the film route, so there is actually not much overlap between the two. But Hu Ji had contact with Yang Mi before, and the two had cooperated before, so there was no need for these special courtesies. At the same time, Xiao Yun watched their polite exchanges with each other coldly, thinking that it was all a waste of time. Then he turned his head without any hesitation and slowly walked towards the yacht. After the greetings, Reber subconsciously looked towards the place on campus just now, but found that the other party had disappeared. So she subconsciously started looking around, but no matter how hard she looked, she could not see any trace of Xiao Yun. This is really weird, how can someone just disappear like that? Then, she looked at her best sister and asked, "Good sister, did you see where Xiao Yun went just now? How long has it been since he left our sight?" Hearing this, Yang Mi subconsciously looked around, and indeed did not see Xiao Yun in black, and her brows furrowed slightly. But then, she seemed to remember something and her expression became quite confused. She turned her head sharply and looked at her good sister. Have you been paying too much attention to Xiao Yun along the way? What the hell is wrong with you? Even the fact that Xiao Yun was missing was noticed by this little girl first. Isn't she paying too much attention to it? Hearing Yarn Mi's sudden question, Reber was stunned for a moment. But then he looked at his best friend, with a searching look in his eyes, and immediately realized what this sentence meant. Her face flushed inadvertently, and she quickly pretended to be stupid and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you are talking about at all." After saying this, Reber quickly followed Director Chen Dao and his team as they headed towards the yacht. But at this moment, Reber remembered the question that Yarn Mi had just asked. It would be better if the other party didn't ask this question. Once he asked it, I wouldn't be able to figure it out. Was it because I was paying too much attention to Xiao Yunhua? I guess you shouldn't pay any special attention to this guy, right? In an instant, a very conflicted expression spread across her face. Watch the road when you walk, don't wait to fall. Noticing her best friend's absent-mindedness, Yarn Mi had to suppress her curiosity and made up an excuse. I was just joking with you. Don't think too much. Now you have to think about what Director Chen Dao will tell us about. Remember to keep it firmly in mind. Hearing the other party say this, Reber quickly threw those strange thoughts behind her head and nodded heavily. As the two of them said this, they followed Director Chen Dao and others onto this yacht, which looked quite luxurious. At the same time, the audience in the Wilderness Survival live broadcast room quickly discussed the interaction between the two people. What the hell is going on? What did I just see? Did my daughter's face turn red just now? Is she shy? Do female celebrities also do this? Could it be that she really feels this way? What the hell are you talking about? How is this possible? I didn't, stop talking nonsense. Let's not talk about anything else. Just looking at Xiao Yun's appearance and temperament, I fell in love with him at first sight, okay? Not to mention a beauty like my daughter. The key is that it is truly natural, unmodified, and without any added hextech. Anyway, I have become a fan. Me too, me too. Apart from anything else, just based on her looks on campus, I don't know how many people she has instantly killed. Anyway, this old pervert likes her. Although I have some thoughts, I dare not have any extra thoughts. Given his temperament, it seems like even thinking about it is blasphemy. The pleasure you felt in front of you was due to drugs? You are such a loser. The barrage in the live broadcast room still maintained a joyful atmosphere, with everyone posting in various playful tones. But there are also many unpleasant voices mixed in. Although Reber and others did not notice that Xiao Yun walked onto the yacht without saying hello to others, the audience in the live broadcast room saw it clearly. Therefore, most of these voices were criticizing Xiao Yun for following the rules in different circles and for being a big shot. However, the other viewers in the live broadcast room turned a deaf ear to these remarks and were too lazy to pay attention to their angry looks. Chapter 18. Wu Jing asked Xiao Yun to film a movie, but was ignored. They could also tell from the live broadcast just now that Xiao Yun didn't care about these things at all, and the other party's bones were probably extremely cold. This led many viewers to speculate that perhaps Xiao Yun didn't want to enter this circle at all. After all, with his personality, how could he possibly handle the social conventions in his circle? If the other party really has ideas about this circle, he would probably try his best to hype up topics and make money like those traffic stars, right? Even if this is not the case, they will still demonstrate their strength through their own efforts and will never be so lazy as to even maintain basic social interactions. As a result, the audience who had more ideas about Xiao Yun were also curious about what price the company paid to sign him. And under what conditions did Xiao Yun participate in this program that he found so confusing? At this moment, countless viewers had countless questions in their minds. They all used their browsers to look up information about Xiao Yun's past, hoping to learn more about this star who had been hidden for many years. During this time, as the preheating of the program became more and more popular, Xiao Yun's popularity was also slowly increasing. At the same time, at the shooting scene on the yacht, Director Chen Dao led other stars and boarded this luxurious yacht. They walked into the cabin and were immediately attracted by the various luxurious drinks and food. I'll go. Seeing this kind of scene for the first time in Chen Dao's variety show, Wu Jing couldn't help but let out a classic sigh. Old Chen, How much did you spend? As popular stars in the circle, they have naturally seen such scenes and events. Although the yacht did look luxurious, it was not surprising to most of them. What made them so surprised was that, how could a director like Chen Dao, who spent every penny as carefully as possible, be so extravagant? Is the reference a trap or something? Although Hu Ji was participating in the show directed by Chen Dao for the first time, he had done a lot of homework on the shows in the other party's bottle. Look, Director Chen, that's what I told you. Yang Mi saw that Wu Jing and the others had the same shocked expression as she did just now, and she also said jokingly, your vicious image in the bottle has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, so that when you are nice to us, we have to think about whether it is a trap. Okay, right on the yacht, I'm a bad guy, right? Chen Dao couldn't stand the verbal attacks from the other party, so he waved his hand and said, you guys go in and rest first. I'll go see when the other guests will arrive. After leaving these words, Chen Dao left. You go first. After Chen Dao left, Yang Mi politely said to Wu Jing that she wanted to invite him to take a seat first. It's not that they want to be polite to each other, but the heat outside is getting worse and worse, and they really can't stand it anymore. As the most experienced star present, Wu Jing also politely said after hearing this, don't be so polite, let's go in together. So several people entered the cabin together. As soon as she walked in, Reber couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, then cast her eyes towards the corner and said in confusion, Stinky Iceberg, when did you get up here? The person who could cause such exclamations was Xiao Yun, who had been the first to board the yacht and had been sitting in his seat. She was quite puzzled just now as to why Xiao Yun disappeared so suddenly. It turned out that he came on the yacht alone without any greeting. Stinky Iceberg. Wu Jing and others were confused by Reber's name. Yang Mi shrugged helplessly, and then introduced the figure in the corner to them, that person is called Xiao Yun. He doesn't like to talk much, so Reber gave him this nickname. Yang Mi had reminded her best friend more than once about her habit of giving others nicknames, but it didn't seem to have any effect. I see. Har har har. After hearing Yang Mi's explanation, several people quickly turned their attention to Xiao Ming, especially when they saw him sitting so quietly in the corner. Several people noticed Xiao Yun at the same time, and were attracted and shocked by his unique temperament for a moment. When people reacted, Wu Jing, who is now a director, suddenly had a look of surprise. It was like discovering some conscious treasure. Then, he walked towards the corner quickly without stopping. Originally, Wu Jing planned to sit next to Xiao Yun, but the other party's attitude was really puzzling, so he could only choose to sit some distance away from him. Hello. Your name is Xiao Yun, right? After a polite greeting, Wu Jing directly explained his purpose to the other party. I have a new movie that I'm preparing for. Are you interested in participating? Although it was not clear which entertainment company Xiao Yun belonged to, his unique temperament was too suitable for a role in his next movie. The moment he walked in, he couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. At this moment, he wanted to call the assistant director of the film and ask him to take a closer look at Xiao Yun's unique temperament. I believe that after meeting Xiao Yun, the other party will definitely not reject my proposal and will definitely be more eager than myself to recruit Xiao Yun into the movie. The few people who had just sat down around were also looking at each other in bewilderment at Wu Jing's eagerness to recruit Xiao Yun. But when their eyes looked at Xiao Yun in the corner, they felt it was natural. After all, in today's circle, it is really hard to find such a star with such a beautiful appearance and temperament. Then looked towards Xiao Yun. The moment he heard Wu Jing extending an olive branch to him, he still maintained his nonchalant and indifferent expression, as if he was not at all excited about this matter. Seeing Xiao Yun's nonchalant and extremely indifferent attitude, Wu Jing, who had been looking forward to watching him, suddenly felt the air become awkward. Chapter 19. Wu Jing was rejected and felt ashamed. Generally speaking, if a star hears his invitation, he will definitely not have this kind of expression. No, he didn't even have this kind of expression. Although Wu Jing has just switched from martial arts to directing, the other party should have heard about the information of his next movie. After all, the director working with him was Mr. Ge. The other party's works are well known throughout the entire circle, and every step is a big production with big returns. Although we cannot say that every movie is a hit, they are all truly phenomenal works. Once this person's movie announces that it wants to cast roles, everyone will scramble to get one of them, even if it's just a small passing role. What's more, my invitation at this time is simply pie in the sky. But at this moment, Wu Jing looked at Xiao Yun and didn't show any intention of speaking for a long time. In fact, in Xiao Yun's heart, he had no idea who the man in front of him was, let alone who the movie director he was talking about was. In other words, he doesn't care about these things at all, and he is too lazy to care about them. After all, there is only one value in his heart, that is, these people have nothing to do with himself and are insignificant. Wasting even a little bit of time trying to understand it would be a blasphemy to your own life. Even what the other party had just said, that they wanted to invite him to make a movie, he had no interest in it at all. Now Xiao Yun just wants to end this variety show as soon as possible, then leave the company and return to his own life in the mountains and forests. Wu Jing saw that the other party didn't respond for a long time, but he didn't give up. Instead, he continued to talk. Regarding the treatment, if you have your own ideas, you can always bring them up. As long as it's negotiated, I have another director here who can satisfy you. There was no choice but to give in. After all, a man with Xiao Yun's temperament might not be found in this circle, so Wu Jing spent a lot of money at this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to get in touch with someone like he is now, especially when the other party didn't respond at all. But after hearing this, Xiao Yun still maintained his indifferent attitude and had no intention of speaking. The two people who followed Wu Jing were also very surprised when they saw this scene. They looked at Xiao Yun as if they were looking at a weirdo. As a senior in the circle, he has already lowered himself so much, but the other party still has no intention of responding. Even if you don't want to agree, you still have to say no, right? Reber and the other person were also watching from the side without saying anything. No matter what, there is no substantial relationship between the two of them and Xiao Yi, so it is not easy to express my opinion on this matter. Moreover, based on their previous contacts, they could conclude that Xiao Yun had no interest in this matter at all. Sure enough, it was just as good as the two had expected. Perhaps he thought that if he didn't refuse, he would have to listen to the other person's nagging again, or the next guest would come over. Xiao Yun, who always hated being around crowds, finally spoke. No. Xiao Yun rejected the other party's invitation in the coldest tone without any hesitation. Hearing this, Reber and the other two were not surprised at this attitude. They looked at each other and saw what each other wanted to say in their eyes. It's true. Wu Jing really didn't expect that the other party would refuse without any hesitation. He originally wanted to say something more and let the other party think about it carefully. But before he could open his mouth, Xiao Yun, who was sitting in the corner, seemed to have known what he was going to say next and just glanced at him indifferently. At this moment, Xiao Yun's calm eyes met Wu Jing's eyes. Although there was no emotion in his eyes, they still revealed a considerable indifference and calmness. Even Wu Jing, a star with a martial arts background, couldn't help but sense the intimidation contained in it. Although Xiao Yun did not say anything else, Wu Jing obviously understood that it would be best to end the topic at this time. So Wu Jing had no choice but to swallow his words subconsciously. At the same time, he felt quite surprised. What happened just now? Why was I so shocked by the other person's eyes? He couldn't help but feel somewhat shocked that when Xiao Yun met his eyes, the intimidation in those eyes was quite oppressive. Wu Jing took a few seconds to react. Xiao Yun had already withdrawn his gaze and continued to sit in the corner. He turned his head and looked at the other stars, and saw that they were also looking at him in surprise, obviously remembering what had just happened. Wu Jing also felt a little embarrassed when he thought about how he was frightened by the other party's eyes in front of so many people. As a result, the atmosphere in the cabin became awkward again. In stark contrast, in the live broadcast room of Entertainment Adventure, the audience who also watched the entire process clearly could not remain calm at this moment. Oh my god, what happened just now? It was Wu Jing who invited me just now. Moreover, it was the work of that director and his blessing. This is a great opportunity to soar to the sky. Xiao Yun just rejected it like that. This is really outrageous. This guy is really outrageous. Don't you think about it? It's not too late to regret now, right? What are you regretting? If you want to regret, I can see that this guy didn't want to enter this circle from the beginning. Otherwise, why would he be so indifferent? From his attitude just now, I can tell why he was hidden in the snow in the first place. You're just here to act, right? Just to be a complete jerk. Didn't you notice the look in Xiao Yun's eyes when he turned his head and looked at director Wu Da just now? I noticed that, too. Damn, it almost scared me to death. It's really hard not to notice that, although his expression doesn't show any emotion, it somehow makes people feel oppressive. Even the director of Wuhan University was intimidated by him, which shows that this guy has some skills. Didn't they say before that he was the descendant of some tomb raider? It's normal for him to have some domineering and lustful aura. In that case, his identity is really true. Chapter 20, Xiao Yun comes to the show to mess up? What you said before is really terrifying. Could it be that the abilities described in novels are actually based on reality? I think so too, they're one in front. Oh my god, it would be great if I could see some real kung fu on this desert island survival show. Because of the scene just now, as well as the temperament and aura displayed by Xiao Yun, the barrage in the live broadcast room began to develop in another direction. In fact, most people come for their own idols, and some people come for Chen Dao's name. But now most of the attention is on Xiao Yun. Especially his identity as the backer of the tomb raiding lieutenant has aroused the interest of countless people. Although Xiao Yun acted as if he was not interested in competing with the world from beginning to end, as if he didn't want anyone to pay any attention to him, the audience gradually couldn't help but explore his existence. This is mainly due to Xiao Yun's unique temperament and excellent looks, which really make people unable to ignore him. Just as the comments were excitedly discussing everything about Xiao Yun, the recording of the wilderness survival program continued. But ever since Xiao Yun rejected Wu Jing's invitation, the atmosphere obviously became a little off. Except for Wu Jing, the others tacitly agreed not to mention this matter. They all focused all their attention on their own affairs. Xiao Yun had been sitting in the corner with his eyes closed, his brows filled with indifference. He did not feel any discomfort because of the weird atmosphere. Time just passes slowly. It was not until a long time later that the arrival of several guests broke the silent atmosphere. You guys come over here. Pay attention to the steps, or you might fall. Chen Dao's voice slowly came in from outside the cabin. When they heard the sound, the people in the cabin knew that other guests had arrived. They all stood up and prepared to greet the guests. However, Xiao Yun still maintained his posture. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came, he could not be shaken at all. Reber wanted to remind him, but was stopped by Yarn Mi. She heard her say in her ear, "Don't waste your time. Don't you understand his character?" Hearing this, Reber glanced at Xiao Yun, and seeing that he was as still as a mountain, she could only nod slightly. And at this moment, footsteps sounded quickly at the cabin door, and it was obvious that Chen Dao had brought someone in. "Sister Honey, Reber, you guys are here already." The first person to appear at the cabin door was Zhao Yinger, wearing light blue jeans and a pink long-sleeved shirt. The other person and Reber have been friends for many years, so they greeted each other happily when they met. "Why are you here? Little knife." Seeing Zhao Yinger appear at the door, Reber and the other girl seemed equally excited, and they kept calling out each other's private nicknames. Zhao Yinger's pretty face was filled with excitement. She ran in without any hesitation and gave them a warm hug. It has been more than half a year since the last time the few people met, and after that the other party directly joined the crew, so it can be said that they haven't met for a while. After meeting again after a long separation, everyone was naturally very happy. After a few simple greetings, Zhao Yinger also greeted the other people in the cabin. "Brother Wu, it's been a long time since we last met." Following Chen Dao in came Chen Shishi first, followed by Deng Zuri. They were old friends with Wu Jing and the others, so it was quite natural for them to greet each other. Then everyone sat down in the cabin. What happened? After Deng Zuri sat down, he picked up an apple and bit into it, then looked at Wu Jing and said, "I wanted to ask you to make a guest appearance before, but you rejected it out of hand. Now that director Chen Dao has a show, you quickly came to participate. Is that what you do, brotherly?" Hearing what the other party said, Wu Jing hurriedly explained, "It's really not that I'm being unkind. Director Chen Dao just asked me to come over for one episode." "That's right, Director Chen." Several other guests also turned their eyes to Chen Dao. They had never heard of such a flying guest on this show. After hearing this, Chen Dao showed a professional fake smile and complained in his heart, "You have been fooled this time." The arrangement regarding Wu Jing was only proposed by the person behind the scenes. It was just an excuse for these stars, who already had tight schedules, to free up some time. When the show actually takes place and the yachts sail to the designated deserted island, none of them can escape. But at this moment, he could only nod and say, "I am quite humane in making the show. For those celebrities who don't have enough time, I just asked them to come and make a guest appearance. Chen Shishi was very amused when he heard this, and said, "So Director Chen means that we other stars are just bored all day long." The funny meaning in his words was self-evident. Upon hearing this, Deng Zuri exclaimed in cooperation and at the same time cheered on the side. "Director Chen Dao, you have to explain this to us. We men are fine, but those female stars are extraordinary." As he said this, he looked at Reber and the others. Reber and a few others were watching the fun at this time. They didn't show that they were looking at Chen Dao, so they just smiled politely. Reber also followed suit and said, "That's right, Director Chen Dao, you know that a phone call from you made me turn down the original endorsement. If you said that, I would cry." When Chen Dao heard this, he instantly looked helpless again. "You have said everything good and bad, so how else can I explain it? Is it so difficult to just be a behind-the-scenes director these days? You have so many mouths, how can I possibly win?" Recalling that these stars had been tricked by me to some extent, I decisively waved my hands in surrender. "Is it not okay for me to surrender?" Hearing him say this, a burst of laughter instantly rang out in the cabin. After a few people called, the originally awkward atmosphere instantly became a little more relaxed. "Surrender, right? Then let's not talk about this topic anymore. Just tell us honestly how this program is conducted." After a round of fighting, Deng Zuri directly attacked Chen Dao. Chapter 21, You got on the pirate ship and want to run away. Judging from the variety shows directed by Chen Dao in the past, Mr. Deng would definitely not ask so many questions, but the variety show in front of him really revealed too much weirdness. Let us put this luxury cruise ship aside for now. Chen Dao has often had dinner with Deng Zuri and the others in private. He has also complained to himself that these people are too tired to do the show and want to have a good rest for a while. But it had only been a short time since we last had dinner, and the other party had made such a big fuss again, which really made people feel that something was wrong. Especially since so many guests were invited. And what I learned from the agent is that the appearance fee offered by Director Chen Dao this time is higher than ever before. This is different from the purpose of his usual programs. When participating in this program, Deng Zuri asked him in advance, but the other party did not reveal anything, but just said that this program was exactly the same as those ordinary survival programs. But after arriving at the scene, Deng Zuri suddenly felt that something was very wrong, so he asked the current questions. After hearing this, although the others still maintained their smiles, they also turned their eyes to Director Chen Dao. "That's right, Director Chen, just tell us about it. Just tell us, what exactly are the purpose and rules of this show? Is it really just an ordinary variety show? Don't set up a bunch of traps to harm us again." With Deng Zuri's initial question, other guests followed suit. Although the show seems normal so far, for some reason, they feel something is wrong. But they didn't think too deeply about it. At most, they thought that the show was just a wilderness survival show with all kinds of traps and pitfalls in its content. At this moment, their noise disturbed Xiao Yun. He slowly opened his eyes, which had been hiding in the corner of the sofa, and took a look at the appearance of all the guests present. While Xiao Yun was looking at the guests, Director Chen Dao, who had been standing at the cabin door, also began to answer their questions. "As for your questions, I will answer them one by one after all the guests are present. But there is one thing you can rest assured about. This is really just an ordinary survival show, similar to the previous shows. There will definitely be no scams. It would be strange if there wasn't one." Although what Chen Dao said was quite truthful, Xiao Yun still noticed something wrong in his words. Except for the words about waiting for all the guests to arrive, all of them were lies. But although Xiao Yun noticed this, he had no intention of exposing him. After all, he had no reason to do so. No matter what Director Chen Dao's purpose is, Xiao Yun doesn't care. Anyway, he is confident enough that he can protect himself in any situation with his own skills. As for the circumstances of other guests, what does it have to do with me? Moreover, this is just an ordinary program. Even if the director has great courage, he would not dare to make it too big. It's not that Xiao Yun just took it for granted, but that's the fact. Although he didn't know any of these guests, he knew that if anything went wrong with them, the director would not be able to escape. The other party certainly wouldn't dare to do anything life-threatening. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun slowly closed his eyes again and continued to rest. Seeing that they couldn't get anything out of Chen Dao, the guests present gave up one by one. Anyway, based on their understanding of director Chen Dao, if the other party really doesn't want to say anything, he will definitely not reveal anything. In that case, director Chen Dao, just go and do what you need to do. Deng Zuri said this to Chen Dao with a smile on his face, as if this yacht was his product. Chen Shishi, who was standing next to him, was also stuffing a large piece of watermelon into his mouth, and he also agreed, "That's right, we will take care of ourselves." Chen Dao really didn't want to stay in this cabin any longer. If he stayed any longer, who knows what these two people would do. All right, I'll just leave now. Director Chen Dao gave them a displeased look and left the cabin door. Shortly after he left, the guests quickly split into two factions. The female stars excitedly talked about the various things that had happened to them during this period, as if the joy of reunion after a long separation had not yet disappeared. Deng Zuri and the others were also chatting with each other. Tianba, the youngest one, just listened to their conversation quietly. In this way, about half an hour passed. Some of the people who could not sit still stood up and stretched, then looked around the cabin and found Xiao Yun, who had been hiding in the corner, not saying a word and hiding himself very well. There's actually a friend here. Xiao Yun had been hiding in the corner, and the angle was very subtle, so when they came in, they did not notice Xiao Yun sitting there. In addition, when they came in, Wu Jing pulled them to sit next to each other, so they didn't notice that Xiao Yun had been sitting in the corner. Zhao Ying'e, who greeted her good sister as soon as she came in, also looked over at this time, because she heard what Chen Shishi said and was also a little curious. Although Chen Shishi didn't notice Xiao Yun at first, he couldn't help but approach him with the intention of making friends with him. He picked up 2 drinks and headed towards Xiao Yun. "Shishi, wait a moment." He had already had this dream before, so Wu Jing quickly grabbed his clothes and advised him, "Don't bother with this friend. He doesn't like to talk." Hearing the depth of these words, he frowned slightly, and instantly realized that there seemed to be other meanings in these words, so he quickly asked back, "How did you know this, Brother Wu?" After hearing this, Wu Jing fell silent for a moment. What a good question. It just silenced me. I can't tell the other party the truth that not only did Xiao Yun reject my invitation to act in the movie, but I was also frightened by his eyes. So that's how it is. At this time, Deng Zuri also reacted and realized that Wu Jing must have suffered a loss at the hands of this guy before. Deng Zuri, who made this choice, also looked towards Xiao Yun's side, feeling the other party's extraordinary temperament and the aura that kept strangers away, and instantly came to a conclusion in his heart. This young man should be the type that is difficult to approach. Chapter 22. Everyone is talking about Xiao Yun. Deng Zuri noticed this and patted Chen Shishi on the shoulder. Since he doesn't like being disturbed, let's not disturb him. Let him be alone for a while. All right. After thinking for a few seconds, Chen Shishi gave up the idea of breaking up with the other party. Zhao Ying'e, who was sitting next to Reber, also asked the two curiously, "Who is this guest? Didn't you see the preview for the live broadcast?" Reber saw her good sister, who looked curious, and was also a little surprised, so she explained in a low voice, "The name of that iceberg is Xiao Yun, and he is also one of the guests of this program. It seems that he was hidden by the company and was just released to participate in the variety show." Zhao Ying'e's eyes widened when she heard this, and she said in surprise, "Can the hidden guests also come to participate in Director Chen's show? Is he the boss's savior?" According to common sense, for stars like Xiao Yun, no matter how popular they were before, if they are hidden, they basically have no future and can only take on some small endorsements at most. But this was the first time Zhao Ying'e had seen such a special situation as Xiao Yang. After hearing her surprised complaint, Reber and the other person couldn't help but laugh out loud. How could he be his boss's savior? It should be said that among so many guests, he is the one at the bottom. He is probably a clown who was tricked by the company to highlight the existence of other guests. When the two people thought of this, they inexplicably felt a little pity for Xiao Yun. This place has been hidden for so long, and now it's finally able to participate in a program, but I didn't expect that the remaining value would be squeezed out. You really think too much about this. Reber looked at Xiao Yun in the corner and said to her good sister, "Didn't your agent tell you? I guess this is the unlucky guy in the show, chosen by Director Chen to set off ours." Before Reber finished speaking, Shui Linglong looked at Xiao Yun in the corner and her expression changed instantly. Could it be this guy? Congratulations on your correct guess. Yang Mi nodded slightly, confirming that the other party's guess was this Xiao Yun. Well, Zhao Ying, who got the answer, also sighed with regret. Although the other person kept hiding his face under the big hat, it was still possible to tell that he looked quite good. Especially the other party's unique temperament, standing out from the crowd, as a unique existence, is actually to set off people like us. One cannot help but feel that it is a waste of resources. Okay, stop looking at him. Reber said uncomfortably, forcibly turning her best friend's face back, and said jealously, "It's been a long time since we last met, and you have been focusing on a man all the time. That guy looks pretty good, but his temper is so irritating, like an iceberg, it's hard to get along with him." Hearing this, Zhao Yinger also realized that the other party seemed to be hinting at something, and hurriedly looked at the other party. "Why do I feel that what you said doesn't sound right? There shouldn't be anything going on between the two of you, right?" Reber was speechless for a moment. "Okay, I treat you as a sister, and you actually said something like that." Seeing Zhao Ying's gossipy look, Reber's cheeks turned red again. She turned her head away as if she was very annoyed and dealt with the apple in her hand. As for the dragon trainer, he looked at Yang Mi, and after receiving her signal, he quickly hugged his good sister's shoulders and said, okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Let's continue with the topic we were talking about. What happened the last time you went to watch the show? There's no one else here right now, so tell me about it. Okay, then you listen carefully. Reber held the apple in her hand and continued to discuss with her enthusiastically. Yang Mi just watched them from the side with a smile on her face. Time flew by quickly and it was already afternoon. At the gathering place for this program, many guests have already arrived. Several new members joined the male and female guests, namely Li Yitong, Tong Yair, Zhang Zifeng, and Tan Songyun. At this moment, there are only a few guests participating in the wilderness survival program who have not yet arrived at the on-site gathering point. With more than 10 guests in the cabin, the atmosphere was quite lively. Fortunately, the cabin on site was wide enough so that so many people could stay inside without feeling too crowded. At this moment, Xiao Yun, who had been hiding in the corner, seemed particularly lonely. This is what other guests thought was hard work, but it was not the case for Xiao Yun. Especially when it was so noisy around him, he entered a state of meditation, isolating himself from all the noise around him. All right, all of you, be quiet for a moment. At this time, Director Chen Dao suddenly appeared at the door of the cabin, holding a large microphone in his hand and speaking. When the guests heard his voice, they all stopped their discussions. Director Chen Dao glanced around the cabin and then frowned because he found that the number of guests was not right. Then he looked at Xiao Wang next to him and asked, "Are there any other guests who haven't arrived yet?" At this time, Director Chen Dao's tone was quite uncomfortable, and the guests present could hear it. They all attached great importance to the concept of time. Xiao Wang took out the list in his hand and checked it. Director Chao, Liu Haochuan, Cai Shukuan, Lu Han, Wang Jitao, Wu Shuani, Xiao Zhan, Meng Meiqi and others have not arrived yet. Upon hearing that so many guests had not arrived yet, Director Chen Dao's face suddenly became gloomy. When the other guests saw this scene, they didn't know what to say for a moment. They have all participated in Director Chen Dao's programs to a greater or lesser extent, and are quite familiar with each other's temper taboos. Making so many guests wait for just a few people must have irritated him. That's true. Chen Dao felt that he could no longer suppress his anger. This place is still a long way from the deserted island, so they need to set off directly in the afternoon. After the guests spend the first night on the yacht, they will start recording the show on the second day. Now, more than half an hour has passed since they were supposed to set off. These guests who did not show up greatly disrupted their plans. Chapter 23 Director Chen Dao got angry. And what's more important is that Director Chen Dao just received a call from the person behind the scenes of this show. He was asked to gather everyone within half an hour and set off immediately. That's why Director Chen Dao came to the cabin door and carefully counted the number of people. It's okay, Director Chen. Seeing that Director Chen Dao's face was getting darker and darker, Deng Zuri quickly said with a smile, "Maybe he was delayed on the way, or the plane or something. Let's just wait a little longer." That's right, Director Chen Dao, there are so many delicious things to eat on this bed, can we wait a little longer? I have the WeChat of one of the stars here. I'll ask him about it. As soon as Deng Zuri opened his mouth, several other guests who were on good terms with Chen Dao began to speak up to comfort him. Director Chen Dao's expression did not improve at all when he heard their consolation. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yun beside him and said, "Tell them that if they don't arrive within 15 minutes, they can go back home directly." Of course, this sentence was just meant to scare the other person. After all, this list of guests was personally drawn up by the person behind the scenes. Let us not talk about whether it can be changed. Even if it is possible to change it, where can we find the candidates now? But who would dare to urge Director Chen Dao to frown at this time? After all, he is the chief director of this program. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Xiao Yun nodded immediately. "Okay, I'll take care of it right away." As soon as Xiao Yun finished saying this, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming from outside the cabin. A few seconds later, a very pretty girl appeared in front of everyone. She was Liu Haochuan, Meng Meiqi, and Wu Shuani. "Sorry, Director Chen Dao, there was a traffic jam on the road just now, and we didn't want to take so long to get here. Please forgive us." Seeing that Director Chen Dao looked undepressed, Liu Haochuan begged for forgiveness in an innocent manner. That's right. After all, we are unfamiliar with this place. The key is that there is something wrong with the navigation in the car." The two people next to him also quickly started to explain. Judging from their rosy little faces and the way they were breathing heavily, it seemed that they had been jogging all their way here. But everyone present is a good actor. There are some real smart people among them, and it won't take them long to tell which guy is acting and which one is real. Although these girls looked like they were jogging, the temperature outside was over 30 degrees Celsius. If they had jogged, there would be beads of sweat on their foreheads. And look at their cheek makeup, it's so delicate, it doesn't look like it's soaked with sweat at all. Whether he ran over here or was just acting to get Chen Dao's forgiveness, the answer is self-evident. However, the guests present did not want to offend others for no reason. Even if they noticed something was wrong, they would not point it out deliberately. Single-layer knife covering Yi was obviously not a person who just wanted to eat and work. He looked at the girls with sharp eyes and asked, "Which main road did you come from? Do you remember?" The girls looked at each other and shook their heads. Then Chen Dao took out his mobile phone, opened the navigation system, and entered his location and the location of the airport. Then he showed it in front of several girls, as if they were made to laugh out of anger. There are only 3 main roads leading to the port, and from last night till now, there has been no traffic jam on any of the main roads. After hearing this, the cabin fell into silence again. The guests suddenly felt the atmosphere was a little awkward and they all turned their eyes elsewhere. But there were also those who thought that it was a big deal. After Chen Dao finished speaking, although his tone was quite serious, Reber seemed to have been hit with the funny bone and laughed out loud for no reason. She didn't dare to laugh too arrogantly, but just hid behind her boss, trying to hide her body that was shaking slightly because she couldn't suppress her emotions. Yang Mi noticed this and just covered it up better, then said helplessly, "Don't laugh anymore, or you'll get scorned again." At this time, the audience of the Wild Survival live broadcast room also had the same feeling as Reber. What kind of treasure director is Director Chen Dao? Is he so funny? My face is all swollen this time, har har har. Director Chen Dao is so awesome. Don't let this White Lotus go. Give him a good beating. Why is he pretending to be so good? With such mediocre acting skills, you have the nerve to show off in front of the old director. Don't you know how capable you are? He can't even fool us, the audience, and he still wants to fool Chen Dao, a senior and experienced person. It's simply hilarious. Isn't it just that you're late for a little while? Is it really necessary to tease my sister Chun like this? It's not that the director is really too much. He makes things so difficult for these pretty girls. This situation reminds me of what my head teacher said: if one person is late for half an hour, then 3 people will be late for an hour and a half, right? Your homeroom teacher is not also my homeroom teacher, right? Director Chen Dao has a strong sense of time. This is not the first or second time. Which of the guests on the show didn't follow his time? That's right. Director Chen Dao dared to make mistakes in his schedule and even lied about it. It's hard to imagine what it would be like for him to appear on other variety shows. I'm just a passerby, and I feel that the impression of these female stars is getting worse and worse. Brothers, don't forget that in addition to these guys, there are still a few young masters who haven't arrived yet. I guess Director Chen Dao will lose his temper again soon. Har har har, Director Chen Dao's face is as black as the bottom of a pot today. Peanuts, snacks, and beer are available in the front row. At this moment in the live broadcast room, most of the audience were just watching the female stars on the screen, who were exposed for their lies in public by Chen Dao and looked completely humiliated. After all, in the circle, these female stars have very poor popularity among the public. This is also the question in the minds of many viewers: why are these female stars, who have no real talent and love to act like White Lotus, so successful in the circle? The key is, how can their so-called die-hard fans maintain their passion from beginning to end? Especially now this scene appears. Chapter 24. The young handsome guys are too arrogant. It was clearly his own fault that he failed to arrive at the meeting place within the specified time, yet he dared to tell such a lie in front of so many guests. This caused their already limited popularity among the public to drop further. Only those so-called brainless fans are still expressing their opinions and making so-called excuses at this moment. And now he is still in the cabin on the yacht. After Chen Dao exposed their lies, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became cold. A female star looked at director Chen Dao's mobile phone with a grim face. They really didn't expect that the other party would be so serious about the navigation system. But at this moment the facts were right in front of her. As a female star, she felt that it was extremely embarrassing to lose face under the gaze of so many people, and it was really difficult for her to express her opinions. Liu Haochuan looked aggrieved at this time, and her eyes instantly turned red, as if Chen Dao's words had caused her great hurt. Chen Dao, who didn't buy into this at all, didn't want to pay any attention to these female stars. Instead, he looked at Xiao Wang and asked, "What about the other guests? Is there any news?" When Xiao Wang heard this, his expression became awkward. "I really can't contact them, and the agent is not here. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous." Hearing what Xiao Wang said, Chen Dao's gloomy face became darker again. He couldn't bear it any longer and cursed angrily. Then he looked at the time on his phone and sat down next to them. "I want to see how long these big names will keep us waiting." The guests who saw this scene fell silent and dared not say anything more. They stayed quietly in their seats, waiting with Chen Dao for the arrival of the next few guests. At that moment, the temperature in the entire cabin seemed to drop by several degrees. Time passed slowly, and the late guests showed no sign of arriving. Others could clearly feel that the air pressure around Chen Dao was becoming irritable. Finally, when Xiao Wang walked out of the cabin for the umpteenth time and wanted to contact the agents of those guests, he finally heard footsteps coming from the cabin. Not long after, Lu Han and others appeared at the bedside with smiles on their faces. "I'm really sorry, teachers, because something delayed me and made you wait for so long." Feeling that all the guests' attention was focused on him and the others, Cai Shukuan, who was wearing makeup and looked effeminate, pretended to be very guilty and said to the other guests, "I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." At this time, Xiao Zhan walked out from behind the crowd, ignoring the other guests, and ran to the sofa and sat down. Then he picked up a glass of iced drink and said, "Director, what place did you choose? It took us so long to find it. Why would you go abroad for no reason? It's easy to find a deserted island in China. Isn't it just following the script?" His tone, which was full of accusations, made the other guests frown slightly. Everyone present can be said to be this guy's predecessor. He was late for such a long time, but he didn't even say a word of apology. Instead, he started blaming director Chen Dao. It seems that he became so popular because he starred in a gay film and even forgot his own name. Originally, they wanted to say something good on his behalf in front of director Chen Dao so that the matter could be put to rest, but Wu Jing and the others were too lazy to mention it at this moment. It's better for young people to be scolded a little. The other few people who were late noticed that the atmosphere was not right and quickly shut their mouths, not daring to speak anymore. Chen Dao, who was sitting opposite Xiao Zhan, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot at this time. The other party's words were like igniting a bomb, which exploded directly. Bang! Director Chen Dao, who could no longer bear it, threw the thing in his hand onto the sofa with a loud and deafening sound. They only felt their hearts beating violently after the loud noise, and their whole bodies trembled. At this time, Xiao Yun, who had been silent in the corner, also noticed the loud noise. He just looked calmly towards the source of the sound. Director Chen Dao's face flushed again, and he said to the male star who had just spoken rudely, "When will it be your turn to direct my show? You are here to participate in the show, not to point fingers." It is none of your business to comment on things that have nothing to do with you. Seeing that director Chen Dao didn't give any face in front of so many guests, Xiao Yun, who had just become very popular and seemed to be floating in the clouds, also looked gloomy. After all, ever since that drama became a hit, he has been highly regarded as a rising star wherever he goes. Now director Chen Dao not only didn't give any face, but also scolded the guests in front of them. How could he bear this? The next moment she stood up angrily and was about to curse, but when she went back, she was stopped by Cai Shukuan next to her. It's a live broadcast now. If you clash with the director, it won't have a good impact. After hearing this, Xiao Zhan's original intention to lose his temper instantly disappeared, and his rationality slowly returned. Although he is now a popular star, the two complaints just now are really nothing, but if he conflicts with the director in front of so many people, it will definitely affect his future career. Thinking of this, he immediately lost his temper and continued to watch. His eyes were full of anger, but he was not as impulsive as before. I'm really sorry, Director Chen Dao. After Xiao Zhan was pulled back, Lu Han, who was also late, dared to stand up and said apologetically, "It is indeed our problem, please don't be so angry." At this time, Chen Dao was so angry with them that he was too lazy to say anything more to these guys. He didn't even want to pay attention to them. The cabin fell into silence again. Director Chen Dao had no intention of speaking, and the other guests also wisely kept their mouths shut. Xiao Yun, who had been hiding in the corner, withdrew his gaze and looked at the sea view outside the window. After Chen Dao regained consciousness a little, he explained the rules of the show to the guests, and Xiao Yun then turned his attention to him. Chapter 25 Program Rules. In order to make sure all the guests could hear his words clearly, Chen Dao held up a small microphone and said, "Let's let the previous things go now. Next, I will explain to you the various rules after the show begins. First of all, the island we are going to this time is quite inviting, so we will give you a room to rest on the way there. Please rest on the yacht tonight. After arriving at the deserted island tomorrow, the program will officially begin. After arriving at the deserted island, you need to hand in all your communication or electronic devices. You are not allowed to bring anything else with you. Each guest will receive relatively basic supplies, including a dagger, a military canteen filled with water, and edible food. As for the various foods and shelters you will need on the deserted island, you will have to find them on your own. There will be photographers following you, but they will not provide any assistance. Don't worry about your safety. We have a professional medical team on standby outside the island at any time. And each guest is not allowed to have any thoughts of quitting or giving up midway, unless there is an accident or extraordinary situation. Otherwise, I will regret paying you for this trip, and you will also have to pay the liquidated damages written in the contract. The entire program will last for 10 days. On the evening of the 10th day, the yacht will come to pick you up. I hope you can survive well on the deserted island." Chen Dao directly explained the entire process and rules to the guests. At the same time, he knew very well in his heart that these so-called rules were just excuses used by the investor behind the scenes to target the guests. Once they really arrive at this deserted island, what kind of situations and accidents may occur there will be beyond their control. After hearing Chen Dao's story, the guests did not have any doubts about it. Instead, they felt that the program they were going to participate in this time was somewhat different from previous ones and more challenging. Thinking of this, the faces of the guests gradually became serious. Although they had anticipated that this trip might be difficult when they signed the contract. But when all this really happens to me, I still feel quite nervous. At the same time, the audience in the Wilderness Survival live broadcast room instantly became excited. Is this actually about to start? I'm really looking forward to it. Finally, it's not the same old thing anymore. Is this finally going to be serious? It sounds so exciting. As for making the show, it still depends on director Chen Dao. But the place they chose is really far away. It takes an entire night to get there. Can we really just leave these guests on a deserted island? I don't believe it. It would be easy if we had basic supplies, but it will be troublesome later. Anyway, I think there is a script, otherwise how could a man like that survive with those women? Anyway, I think my daughter is definitely much better than these sissies. Get out of here, you fake fan. I think this trip is really risky. These guys usually have people to serve them. How could they possibly go to the wilderness to survive? Those female celebrities who arrived late just now were dressed like this. They don't look like they are here to survive. In that case, Xiao Yun might really be able to show off his skills. After all, if he really survives on a deserted island, he might really be a big, thick leg. I feel the same way. Didn't someone say before that he grew up in the mountains? He must have a lot of experience in surviving in the wilderness. I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Brother Wu is the same. He learned some things from the army before. It's really exciting. With the hot preview of the program, barrage of comments instantly filled the entire live broadcast room. Among them were many fans of certain celebrities, who accused the companies of those celebrities of inaction and of sending their good brothers to that kind of place. But most fans and viewers are wondering, who will have the last laugh? Who has the ability to survive to the end? Therefore, Xiao Yun, as a dark horse that suddenly appeared, was obviously given high hopes. As for the other guests, the fans were more interested in watching the fun. After all, Xiao Yun's performance was what they were looking forward to more. Inside the cabin at this moment, after director Chen Dao explained the entire program process and rules to the guests, he knew that the guests would definitely raise some questions. Sure enough, Wu Jing asked directly, "Director Chen Dao, the water in this military canteen is at most 1 or 2 liters, which is too little. Are you sure there are other fresh water sources on the island?" According to his understanding, even under normal circumstances, a person needs to drink more than 1 liter of water a day. Moreover, the temperature is so high that they will definitely take some actions after arriving on the deserted island, and they will require more water at that time. If you can't find a stable source of fresh water, it won't be long before you start to suffer from dehydration. If a person is hungry for 10 or 8 days, he can still hold on for the time being, but without water he will not be able to survive for a few days. Hearing his question, the other guests also turned their eyes to him. That's guaranteed. Feeling the gazes of the guests, Chen Dao nodded confidently. There are all kinds of resources on the deserted island you are going to, but you have to find them yourself. There must be fresh water resources, but Chen Dao doesn't know where they are and how long it will take to find them. Hearing his affirmative answer, the guests all breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, these guests believed that Chen Dao would definitely not completely ignore them as he said on the surface. After all, if any accident happens to these people, Chen Dao will have to bear the corresponding responsibility. But this time, the Desert Island Survival Program directed by Chen Dao is indeed different from previous ones. After waiting for a while and seeing that no guests were asking questions, Chen Dao said to them again, "Then the yacht will set off next, please have a good rest. You can use all the items here freely, but only from today to tomorrow." Chapter 26 The Bigwigs discuss plans. I hope you can make good use of this little time to accumulate some energy and prepare for tomorrow's show. After saying this, Director Chen Dao left the warehouse directly and told the captain that he could set off at any time. Long after he left, the atmosphere was still quite serious, and every guest had a more or less sad look on his face. They were more or less ignorant and worried about the upcoming survival on the deserted island. Of course, Xiao Yun, who had been hiding in the corner, didn't care about these things at all. His face was full of calmness when he entered, without any emotion. Compared to those guests with single crystal rhythm, Xiao Yun's heart was like a pool of stagnant water. No matter how Chen Dao stirred up waves, there was not a single ripple. He has grown up in the deep mountains and forests for many years and has been to many dangerous places, so this kind of desert island survival program is just like playing house for him. Therefore, he had no worries at all. After Chen Dao left for a long time, the luxury cruise ship finally started to move slowly, heading towards the deserted island where its destination was. And at this time in the cabin, "My fellow officers, please listen to me first." Just when the guests were discussing with their familiar friends what to do when they arrived on the deserted island tomorrow, Reber suddenly spoke. "I think we should work together as a team after arriving on the deserted island, so that we can persevere in the following period and successfully challenge this program." Reber is a veteran in the circle and she does not favor one person over another, so overall she has a good relationship with people. When the guests heard him say this, they all agreed. Brother Wu is right. Deng Zuri stood up from the sofa and agreed, "Only if we unite as one can we survive this show." After hearing this, Reber and the other person looked at each other and both focused their attention on Xiao Yun, who had been silent in the corner. Although he had been ruthlessly rejected before, if he had to choose team members, Xiao Yun would undoubtedly be the best one. For these guests, the so-called survival on a desert island is only a concept on paper. Even if some of them have had experience with it, it is just an experience. Wu Jing had served in the army for some time before and had some knowledge of survival in the wild, so he quickly began to discuss with the guests. Although we don't know what we will encounter tomorrow, we can now split into two teams, boys and girls. Men can be responsible for relatively heavy physical work, such as going out to look for resources, finding a suitable shelter, hunting, etc. Women can look for some necessities of life, such as firewood and fruit. If we cooperate like this, we shouldn't have any problems holding on for 10 days or so. Reber's words made the guests' frowns relax. If it is arranged this way, it seems that this challenge is nothing. The other guests seemed to have found a leader who could give orders. Deng Zori even said directly, "How about, Brother Wu, you become our leader? You should be quite familiar with these things. I remember that you spent some time in the army before. You must have more experience in this area than us." Then he looked at the other guests in the cabin and quickly raised his right hand. "If you think this proposal is good, please raise your hand to adapt." "I definitely support what Brother Wu says." Chen Shishi followed suit and raised his hand. The other male guests slowly raised their hands, but Xiao Zhan and Cai Shukuan both looked very unhappy. After all, they think that they should be able to give orders, command others and be in the limelight themselves. But unfortunately, they really didn't know much about this aspect and were completely at a blank stage, so they had no choice but to raise their hands. "We definitely believe what Brother Wu said. With your agency, we will definitely survive." Among the female guests, except Yang Mi, Reber, Zhao Ying'er, Tong Yayer, Li Yitong, and Tan Songyun, all raised their hands. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. "What are you waiting for, girl?" Deng Zori and Tong Yayer are quite familiar with each other privately. "My eldest brother is the team leader. There is nothing to worry about." After hearing this, she hesitated for a moment and slowly raised her hand. "Okay then." After Tong Yayer also raised her hand, except Reber, Yang Mi, Zhao Ying'er and a few other female guests also agreed to this. How should we choose? Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Zhao Ying'er was suddenly in a dilemma and asked Reber beside her in a low voice. Reber also didn't know what to choose, so she could only look to Yang Mi beside her for help. "Sister Mi Tang, what do you think we should do?" In fact, Reber holds the same idea as Yang Mi. If they really want to do some teamwork, Xiao Yun will definitely be the most suitable one. But given this guy's stubborn personality, he would refuse even when I invited him in person before. How could he possibly cooperate with other people? Isn't this just wishful thinking? Just as the other guests were looking at her with confused eyes, Yang Mi said politely, "If Brother Wu leads the team, we will definitely agree with it with both hands and feet." With so many people watching her, Yang Mi definitely couldn't refuse them in person. After all, the other party is now what is known as the popular support of the people. But deep down in her heart, Yang Mi still wanted to win over this guy Xiao Yun. So, she changed her tone and explained, "We decided from the beginning that we should be together, and my friend doesn't really like teamwork." Reber and Zhao Ying'er were stunned when they heard this, and looked over with inquiring eyes. "When did we become so-called friends with Xiao Yun? What the hell are you talking about?" When Zhao Ying'er heard this, she looked even more confused and her eyes widened. After listening to what Reber and Yang Mi said, the so-called friend was Xiao Yun who had been hiding in the corner. She screamed in her heart, when did they discuss it? Making friends out of nothing? Chapter 27, Celebrities team up with each other. Sister Mi, you understand. Thinking of this, Reber looked at Xiao Yun in the corner with guilt and anxiety. After all, the other party was like that, and he righteously declined his invitation. Now Yang Mi has put him on the stage. Will the other party feel unhappy? At this time, Xiao Yun also retracted his gaze and met hers. For a moment, the two people's eyes met in mid-air. Xiao Yun's eyes were always as dull as water, without any ripples, but after interacting with him, Reber couldn't help but feel her heart trembling. I don't know if it was because of guilty conscience or some other emotion, but the two of them made eye contact for just a second before Reber abruptly retracted her gaze. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room noticed this scene and burst into laughter again. You're planning to force yourself on me, right? Har har har. Sister Honey knows how to be tough. In this case, Xiao Yun will have to agree even if he doesn't want to. But Ying'er is really pitiful. She was actually dragged down like this. Her confused look is so adorable. Yinger was dumbfounded, har har har. Just now I seemed to see a hint of helplessness in Xiao Yun's eyes. Well, I'm being blamed for this. This is really too much. I guess Reber thought of this, so she didn't dare to make eye contact with Xiao Yun. You look so guilty, you're so adorable, you're worthy of being my daughter. Although Yang Mi's action was a bit too hasty, most of the audience watched it for fun, especially since the other party was so beautiful. Besides, it's just a show. If they really want to survive on a deserted island, this approach is indeed inappropriate, but if it is a variety show, the audience will not think too much about it. At the same time, when the other guests heard Yang Mi's words, they looked at several people with some surprise in their eyes. Obviously, they did not expect such a turn of events. Deng Zuri looked at Reber next to him with a stiff expression and said, "So that's how it is, har 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 har. If we hadn't agreed on this beforehand, we would definitely join Brother Wu's team." Yang Mi still maintained her charming smile, and after saying something to Wuji, she quietly gestured to her good sister. In fact, the reason why she did this was because she had a gambler's mentality. After all, whether at domestic or foreign airports, Xiao Yun's approach was not completely indifferent. If he didn't show that he was doing it for his own benefit, Yang Mi would not have taken such a bad approach. Now let us see what choice Xiao Yun will make when the show really goes on. If it really doesn't work, they can only find other guests to form a team, which is also a way to leave themselves a way out. After Reber noticed her hint, she also smiled somewhat forcedly. "It's like this, Brother Wu, after all, we can't go back on our word at the last minute after making an appointment. So that's how it is." Deng Zuri's smile faded for a moment, and then he glanced at Reber, who was sitting on a plate, and said, "Why don't we discuss it again? Having more people will also mean more strength. It will definitely be much better than just a few of you being together. Who is that friend of yours?" Chen Shishi suddenly spoke at this time, then looked around, and did not see anyone else who did not raise their hands like these girls. Strictly speaking, there is one. At this time, Chen Shishi turned his attention to the young man in the corner, who was wearing black pants, and had a very cold expression from beginning to end. "Could that friend of yours be this one?" Chen Shishi's expression became a little subtle, then he raised his finger and pointed at Xiao Yun, who was curled up on the sofa, and asked in surprise. "Just now when I wanted to say hello, didn't Brother Wu say that this kid doesn't like to be disturbed by others? He is a person who likes quietness. How come in the blink of an eye, I became good friends with so many female guests?" Hearing what he said, the other guests all looked towards Xiao Yun. For a moment, the eyes of these more than 10 guests were attracted by Xiao Yun, who had been hiding in the corner. It was only at this time that they realized that there was such a person in the cabin. And when they saw Xiao Yun clearly, they were all amazed. Handsome and with a unique temperament. Xiao Yun's extraordinary temperament was something they had never seen in all their time in this circle. Despite being stared at by so many people, Xiao Yun's expression remained calm, except that his brows were slightly furrowed. It was obvious that he didn't like the feeling and occasion of being stared at. The next moment, he fixed his eyes on Chen Shishi, who was pointing his finger at him. And compared to occasions like this, he disliked being pointed at like this even more. Chen Shishi felt a little strange when he saw Xiao Yun's look. "I didn't detect any emotional fluctuations in the other person's calm eyes, but I felt my heart tremble and I suddenly put my hand down." This feeling, which seemed a little too cold, made Chen Shishi feel quite surprised. With his personality, it's no wonder that Brother Wu didn't let me go over to contact him just now. Who would dare to do that? I don't know how these female guests became friends with him. At the same time, Cai Shukuan and Xiao Zhan both came back to their senses from the astonished feeling. When they noticed that the eyes of the female guests were full of amazement, they immediately felt indignant. Forget about the fact that Reber emphasized his limelight before. Isn't this guy just a little bit prettier? I don't know where this 18th tier celebrity came from. They would never allow such a thing to happen. What's more, this guy is not that much better than me. At most, he just has a good temperament. Apart from this, is there anything else that makes you feel special? Why did those female guests say they wanted to form a team with him alone? Cai Shukuan seemed to have found an outlet for his suppressed emotions, and said sarcastically, "If you ask me, this guy doesn't seem to be that powerful, right? He doesn't look like he can survive in the wild. Don't let him get you into trouble when you get to the island." Xiao Zhan next to him echoed, that's right, why don't you choose Brother Wu as the leader like us? This guy doesn't look very reliable. Chapter 28. Mimi invites Xiao Yun to form a team, and Xiao Yun gets stuck. Hearing this, Reber and the others all frowned. Maybe what these two people said was for their own good, but both the tone and manner of their voice sounded so uncomfortable. So Yang Mi looked at the two of them and refused without hesitation. I think we should not do that. Thank you for your suggestion, but we still respect our friends' wishes. Having said that, she looked at Reber again and said jokingly, Brother Wu, please don't bear a grudge. If we don't know how to do something, we will still have to ask you for help. By handling the situation this way, she was able to secure both ends and avoid completely blocking her own and her people's retreat. When Reber heard her say that, she didn't really care about it. She just waved her hands and smiled, it's okay. If you need any help, just come to us. We are all here to participate in the same program. This is not a competition or anything like that. We should help each other. In fact, Reber was quite surprised that these female guests chose to form a team with Xiao Yun. Although he had only had brief contact with Xiao Yun before, he understood that it would be impossible to get him to follow his large team. Having been rejected once, Reber never wants to go through this kind of thing a second time. When Yang Mi heard him say this, she felt relieved. Reber saw that Reber didn't take the matter to heart, and then slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and then bowed in a very funny way. Thank you, Brother Wu, you are very generous. Okay, stop playing tricks. Her funny actions made Reber laugh, and she said to the other guests, since no one has any objection, let's just confirm it first, and we will discuss the details after we get to the deserted island. The guests who heard this all nodded, without expressing much objection, and nodded in agreement. Cai Shukuan and Xiao Zhan's faces instantly darkened because their ridicule did not have much effect, but they also did not express any opinions and just kept silent. When I find the chance, I will definitely give this guy some trouble. Having made up their minds secretly, the two men did not stay in the cabin for long and walked out of it one after another. The other guests slowly left the cabin, some went outside to admire the sea, and some just returned to their rooms. Only Zhao Ying'e, Yang Mi and Reber were left at the scene, and, oh, there was also Xiao Yun in the corner. They all looked at each other, not knowing how to tell Xiao Yun about forming a team. Good sister, Reber was a little entangled, secretly looking at Xiao Yun who was hiding in the corner, and asked Yang Mi, we just forced the palace like that, is this guy angry? You're not that angry, are you? Yang Mi also stole a glance at Xiao Yun. No, that's the problem. After getting the explanation, Zhao Ying'e sighed helplessly, what on earth have you two been through to become so shameless? He has rejected you outright, and you are still rushing to team up with him. How can he be happy? If you ask me, you'd better apologize to him right away. After hearing this, the two men looked at each other, and then turned their eyes to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun still maintained a calm expression at this moment, making it impossible to guess his emotions and thoughts. After hesitating for a long time, not knowing what to do, Yang Mi looked at Reber beside her and said, why don't you go? Definitely not. Reber refused without hesitation. She already knew what Yang Mi wanted to do. You want to be the biggest loser, don't you? Boss, this matter was led by you alone. I didn't know about it beforehand, so you should handle it yourself. The scene of being rejected in the car before is still vivid in Reber's mind. It can be said that it has caused a certain psychological trauma to Reber, so this time, no matter how great the benefits given to her are, she will not accept them again. Seeing her so stubborn, Yang Mi was speechless for a moment. Where is your conscience? She rolled her eyes at Reber and said through gritted teeth, isn't the reason I made this choice just so I can have a big thick leg to hug when I'm trying to survive on a deserted island? Okay, then. Seeing that Reber was determined not to go, Yang Mi had no choice but to grit her teeth, knowing that she couldn't count on her this time, then I can go by myself. Yang Mi stood up from the sofa and walked slowly towards Xiao Yun while saying this. The other two people followed her back, their eyes moving slowly. Xiao Yun, who noticed someone approaching, slowly raised his eyes hidden under his hat and glanced at the person without any concern. When Yang Mi noticed Xiao Yun's gaze looking at her, her steps inexplicably paused. Then, she quickly controlled her mentality and completed the next few steps. Xiao Yun, there is something that. Now Yang Mi finally understood why her good sister was so hesitant when speaking in the car. Being stared at by Xiao Yun with such a cold gaze, he didn't even know how to organize his words. Yang Mi forced her eyes to focus on another corner before she spoke. What I said before was indeed a bit presumptuous. I apologize to you here. But we really want to form a team with you this time. We are not here to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor. We will definitely not become a burden to you. Why don't you reconsider it? When Yang Mi tentatively invited Xiao Yun to form a team again, the two girls next to them also quickly pricked up their ears, anxiously awaiting Xiao Yun's next reaction. Although she had been rejected once before, deep down in Reber's heart, she still had a glimmer of hope for this matter. No matter how cold and heartless the other party is, he or she will agree to your humble invitation, right? Xiao Yun looked at Yang Mi, who seemed particularly uneasy in front of him, and felt a little puzzled. He really couldn't understand what these two girls were thinking. Meeting them at the airport before was just a stop in their journey, and they were stuck together like taffy. Chapter 29 Da Mimi, Xiao Yun, I really want to team up with you. Xiao Yun also felt that his previous refusal was obvious enough, but the other party didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. On the contrary, there seems to be a trend of intensifying. But if Xiao Yun would deny his decision because of such a thing, then he would not be such a Xiao Yun. Besides, they were just participating in a show, and he didn't want to get into unnecessary trouble. The most important point is that he doesn't want to have any relationship or connection with these so-called guests. But looking at the trends of these girls, I guess nothing I say will be of any use. So he simply continued to remain silent. The next moment, Xiao Yun, who had been sitting in the corner of the sofa, suddenly stood up. Yang Mi, who was closest to him, was startled by his sudden standing up. She staggered back several steps and looked at this inexplicable man with great vigilance. Reber and the other person who were watching the situation from the side were both shocked and started to guess what the other party would do next. However, before the girls could react, Xiao Yun, with a cold face, walked past the adopted child without hesitation, walked out of the cabin door and went outside. You are such an impossible iceberg, what exactly is your attitude? You have to give me some definite information. Seeing Xiao Yun just walk out of the cabin like that, Reber reacted and shouted something out of nowhere. But it was obvious that Xiao Yun would not be able to answer her question. The next moment, Xiao Yun's figure flashed and disappeared in front of the girls. My dear. When Xiao Yun left her presence, Zhao Yinger immediately lost her temper, returned to her seat and gave a thumbs up to her other two good sisters. You two are really good. When I meet someone like this on the road, I would want to stay 10 or 20 meters away from him, but you dare to come closer. When he passed by me just now, I felt as if the air pressure around me dropped by several degrees. I was completely stunned. After hearing this, the two people's expressions became bitter, and they did not express much opinion about it. Xiao Yun's temperament and aura are indeed not something that ordinary people can bear. What should we do now? Reber retracted her gaze from the cabin door and looked at her good sister Yang Mi and asked, is he rejecting or accepting? Yang Mi also shook her head. It's really shocking. Zhao Yinger hugged her good sister Reber, patted her on the back to comfort her, and complained dissatisfiedly, we beautiful ladies have been so humble, but he can still pretend not to see it. I don't know if this guy is a normal man. Har har har. Reber also sneered, I doubt if he has any other expression besides that icy face. She really couldn't imagine how a person could be without emotions. Come on. Yang Mi also spoke to the other two girls at this time, in short, let's decide what to do next after we get to the island. Let's just go and have some rest now. Xiao Yun's attitude towards the girls was still extremely cold. They had no better way to deal with it and could only wait for things to develop. Immediately afterwards, several people left the cabin. The luxurious cruise ship carrying so many guests left the port, and soon the sky turned grey. The setting sun in the distance and the gradually darkening sky create a beautiful scenery. Only these two luxury cruise ships can be seen in this sea area, slowly moving forward, and no other ships can be detected. On the big cruise ship, the guests were scattered around the ship. Some were enjoying the sea view, some were eating delicious food, and some were chatting with their friends. They looked very comfortable. On another small cruise ship, Director Chen Dao was watching the guests' movements with a serious face, as if he was thinking about something. At the same time, Xiao Wang ran to his side and handed him the notebook respectfully. Director Chen, the warm-up for the show is almost over. Do you want to cut off the live broadcast first? Hearing this, Director Chen Dao took his laptop. On the screen, the live broadcast of the deserted island survival program appeared. Judging from the number of comments flooding the screen, as well as the real-time number of viewers and popularity, although this program has not officially aired, it has indeed attracted the attention of many people, even several times more than other programs. It can be said to be extremely popular. But all of this is just the popularity of the live broadcast room. The current live broadcast is just a warm-up in advance. The part that will take place tomorrow is the top priority. So he turned his head and told Xiao Wang, wait another 20 minutes, and then cut off the live broadcast screen. Next, according to the request of the mysterious man, these staff members still have some things to do. And these things that need to be done cannot be witnessed by the audience in the live broadcast room under any circumstances. Therefore, the warm-up for this program ends here. Hearing what he said, Xiao Wang did not dare to question it. He just nodded heavily and said, I understand. Then he left the room and prepared to end the live broadcast. After Xiao Yun left the room, Chen Dao looked at the guests who were full of expectation, talking and laughing, and just said something leisurely. I hope you can still laugh tomorrow after arriving on the deserted island. Time passed quickly, the sun set quickly, the vast sea was quickly replaced by darkness, and bright lights rose above the two luxury yachts. The light of this yacht is quite beautiful. Stop eating and take a good picture for me. Zhao Yinger held the camera in her hand and pulled Reber towards the plywood. Naturally, Reber would not refuse any request from her good sister. Okay, I'll finish this. After she put a piece of cake into her mouth, she took the camera and prepared to take a few good pictures for the other person. Don't keep the same posture. Look to the side. Yes, just keep this pose like this. I'm going to take a picture. Smile, smile. Chapter 30. Liu Haochuan has feelings for Xiao Yun. Reber instructed her good sisters to pose nicely while constantly adjusting the angle of the camera. After taking pictures for a while, she nodded to her good sister and then started to check the photos she had taken. But in the photo, she discovered a sudden figure. The figure, which seemed somewhat collected and lonely, was reflected in the camera through the glass plate behind Zhao Yinger. Although most of the other person's body was hidden in the darkness, the light just happened to illuminate his profile. And this figure was Xiao Yun, who had returned to the corner of the sofa at some point in time. The other party was still sitting there quietly. Through the angle of the camera, Reber looked inside the cabin again. Just like the scenes in those movies, when Reber looked over, she saw a ray of light outside the window slowly shining on Xiao Yun's indifferent face. This sudden scene made Reber a little dazed. Although this guy has a rather naughty personality, one has to admit that he is indeed quite good-looking. How is it? Does my posture look good? Seeing that her good sister hadn't spoken for a long time, Zhao Yinger leaned over and looked at the photo. Hey, what's going on? She also noticed Xiao Yun, who appeared in the photo, and said in surprise, why is he included in the photo? You know what, from this point of view, this guy is quite good-looking. Looking at the perfect profile in the photo, Zhao Yinger also showed an admiring look. She wondered why her good sister was so stunned. So, she also subconsciously looked at Xiao Yun in the cabin. After all, everyone appreciates beautiful things. Although they were in the cabin before, Zhao Yinger did not pay special attention to Xiao Yun due to the difference between men and women, but she still had the courage to take a few sneak peeks like she did now. But when she looked over, she found that there was an uninvited guest in the cabin, who seemed to be slowly approaching Xiao Yun. Why did Liu Haochuan enter the cabin? It seemed like he was walking towards Xiao Yun. After realizing who this figure was, Zhao Yinger widened her eyes in disbelief, then patted her best friend and asked, what is she doing in there? Hearing this, Reber subconsciously looked towards the window. I saw that Liu Haochuan had changed into a dress and was slowly approaching the cabin. Seeing this, Reber just frowned slightly, looked at her good sister in confusion and said, what's so surprising about this? Maybe she wants to go in and eat something. But as Reber finished her words, the two saw Liu Haochuan stopped at the cabin door, and after hesitating and wondering for a long time, he approached Xiao Yun. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yinger immediately became interested, and then looked at her good sister with a rather gossipy look. So now, how are you going to explain it? Reber suddenly lost her voice. Is it okay if you analyzed it correctly? Okay, stay hidden. After all, the two of them were peeking, and they didn't want to expose their feelings, so they quickly lowered their bodies. Reber also didn't forget to pull her good sister down to avoid being seen by others. What do you think she wants to do by going to Xiao Yun at this time? Zhao Ying looked at the scenes in the cabin with great curiosity, and did not forget to ask her sisters. When Reber heard her question, a hint of grey appeared on her pretty face, and she pouted unhappily. You ask me, who should I ask? Although she answered like this, she was desperately guessing what Liu Haochuan was thinking at the moment. It's just because Xiao Yun has such a unique temperament and is so handsome, so I want to make friends with him. But in the eyes of some people, the other party is not just thinking about breaking up the friendship, he may have other ideas. After all, she could have gotten to know Xiao Yun when everyone was in the cabin before, so why wait until now when everyone else is no longer in the cabin? Reber noticed this and her eyes changed again. Strictly speaking, this kind of thing is not within the scope of their business and jurisdiction. But she just wanted to know how Xiao Yun would treat this sudden female guest. Would he adopt the same cold attitude as before or something else? Inside the cabin at this moment, Liu Haochuan, who has a graceful figure and a very pure appearance, approached Xiao Yun with some trepidation. When Chen Shishi noticed Xiao Yun's presence, she focused all her attention on this sudden man. Since she graduated from school and entered this circle, she has never met a star like Xiao Yun who has such a beautiful appearance and unique temperament. The overall impression is really too amazing. Although Xiao Yun always had an attitude that kept people at a distance and his calm eyes never stayed on other people for more than 3 seconds, Liu Haochuan was still inexplicably attracted to him. It was simply love at first sight, and she was truly moved at this moment. Even if the other person is just an 18th tier celebrity, I won't care. Especially after director Chen Dao learned that the live broadcast warm-up session had ended, she could no longer suppress her little thoughts and dressed up to come look for Xiao Yun. When she realized that Xiao Yun was alone in the cabin, she suddenly felt that God was on her side. However, when she was really faced with Xiao Yun's aura of keeping strangers away, she hesitated for a long time before making up her mind. At this time, Xiao Yun was just short of having the words, "Don't disturb me," written on his face, giving people the impression that he was particularly difficult to approach. But Liu Haochuan couldn't suppress his sudden thoughts no matter what. After preparing herself mentally for a long time, she finally approached Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was in the corner of the sofa, preparing for his own meditation. The moment the other party appeared at the door, he had already noticed it. Not knowing why the other party came, he simply took a wait-and-see attitude. Xiao Yun. A clear voice sounded. Liu Haochuan looked at Xiao Yun, who didn't move at all, and said, "I remember your name is Xiao Yun, right?" In fact, at the beginning, she didn't know Xiao Yun's name, and she only got Xiao Yun's information from Xiao Wang. Chapter 31. Sorry, Reber, Mimi and I are not friends. Liu Haochuan learned about Xiao Yun's name after getting information from Xiao Wang. As she finished speaking, Smile, who had been curled up on the sofa, showed no sign of responding and was too lazy to even look at her. Seeing this scene, Liu Hao frowned slightly, but still patiently asked, "Xiao Yun, I'm talking to you, can you hear me?" In this space with only 2 people, the air seemed particularly quiet. But after a while, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes and looked at the woman who had come out of nowhere very calmly. "What's the matter? Is there anything I can help you with?" Liu Hao was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but soon a very pure and lovely smile appeared on his face again. "Nothing, I just want to know if you are friends with Reber, Mimi and the others. Come over and say hello to you. I'm pretty familiar with them. If you're friends with Reber and the others, then you're also my friend." She was very smart and did not reveal her true purpose. Instead, she used Reber and the others as a shield to get close to them. After all, Yang Mi just explained in front of everyone that Xiao Yun was their friend. At this time, Reber and the other person who were listening outside frowned slightly after hearing these words. What on earth is going on? Zhao Ying looked at the 2 people in the cabin with an unclean look, then turned around and asked her good sister Reber, "When did we become friends with her? Why didn't I know about this? My goodness, you are using us to build a bridge over the river. Did you get our consent?" When Reber heard this, the expression on her face turned ugly. Strictly speaking, Reber and the other girls do have some dealings with Liu Haochuan on a regular basis. After all, they appear on the same show from time to time and they are all people in the same circle. However, our relationship was just that of nodding acquaintances who would nod to each other when they had the chance to meet, and they were not what the other party called good friends. In order to get closer to Xiao Yun, this woman actually used several of her own people as wingmen. Liu Haochuan said this because Reber and the others were not here, but the two protagonists mentioned by the other party were outside the cabin listening to her say this. No wonder they felt very uncomfortable. In other words, the nature is different from this moment on. If these words were said by good friends, they wouldn't think anything of it. But they had no relationship with this guy at all, yet they were still being told this. How could they agree to this? The key point is that this woman actually wants to attack Xiao Yun. I don't know if it's because of my emotions or what, but Reber felt more and more uncomfortable with the scene of two people being together in the cabin. At the same time, Zhao Ying's questioning voice rang out again. What should we do now? What to do? When Reber heard this, a look of discomfort and distress flashed across her little face. What can I do now? Besides standing outside and watching this happen, is there any other choice? Is it really that easy to go in and expose her lies? That's a bit too ugly. At this moment, a sudden female voice sounded in the ears of the two people. The two girls, who had not prepared themselves mentally, were frightened by the sudden sound. Their faces turned pale and they squatted down reflexively. Fortunately, they still remembered that they were eavesdropping outside, and they covered their mouths tightly to prevent themselves from screaming, otherwise they would have been discovered by Xiao Yun and the others. At the same time, the two girls turned their heads in unison and looked at the owner of the sudden voice. The other party looked at them with amusement. Boss. When she saw it was Yang Mi, Reber heaved a sigh of relief. She patted her beating heart and complained speechlessly, "Why are you walking without making any sound? It's so scary." Zhao Ying's face was also pale. She felt like half of her soul had been scared away. Yang Mi couldn't help but feel amused when she saw this scene. She looked at the two girls and said, "You are too focused on the scene inside." Okay, I have deliberately increased my pace. She had noticed these two people hiding here stealthily before, and she didn't know what they were doing. She even stepped hard on the board a few times on purpose, but neither of them noticed. Hearing what Yang Mi said, Reber's expression instantly dimmed again. Yang Mi also keenly noticed Reber's change, and looked at Zhao Yinger beside her and asked, "What happened again? Why does she look like she didn't sleep well?" "This is not." Zhao Yinger pointed at the two people in the cabin, motioning them to look inside, and then whispered, "This White Lotus is using us as a bridge." The nickname, White Lotus, was given by netizens who were unhappy with Liu Haochuan. Zhao Yinger deliberately did not mention the other person's name, but directly said the nickname. It is conceivable that she felt a little unhappy. Zhao Ying's pointed tone made Yang Mi realize that something was wrong, and she looked towards the inside of the cabin where the other party was pointing. When she saw that only Liu Haochuan and Xiao Yun were in the cabin, she understood why the two girls had been watching so intently. And why does Reber look so depressed now? Then, her smile became somewhat intriguing. I was wondering why some people looked like they didn't sleep well. So someone cut them off halfway through. The warm-up period of the live broadcast has ended and the live broadcast room has been disconnected, so Yang Mi didn't have so many concerns when speaking at this time. Hearing what Yang Mi said, Reber's face flushed instantly, and then she pretended to be calm and looked to the side, with no intention of paying attention to her. Seeing this scene, Yang Mi did not dwell on this point, but looked at the two people in the cabin and said, "Don't worry, with this kid's personality, this White Lotus probably won't be successful. Just look at Xiao Yun's extremely cold face. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she will treat him the same way." Even Yang Mi felt that in this guy's world, except for herself, everyone else looked the same, with no difference at all. Therefore, Yang Mi thought that Liu Haochuan would definitely be humiliated in front of Xiao Yun and would not be able to resist even a little bit of attention. After hearing this, the two girls continued to pay attention to the movements in the cabin thoughtfully. Chapter 32, A Single Man and a Single Woman, Liu Haochuan's Motives. At the same time, Xiao Yun, who had been curled up on the sofa, felt even more confused by the girls' inexplicable opening remarks. When did I ever say that I was friends with those girls? Let us say that those female guests declared this in front of everyone, but it was just one-sided words from these female guests, and they themselves did not make any statement. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun's tone became even colder. Find something to do when you have nothing to do. This simple sentence was a straightforward rejection, which well summarized Liu Haochuan's intention of coming over to say hello. He did like to be touched by others and didn't like to get close to other people, but that didn't mean he couldn't see the other emotions in the girl's eyes. Xiao Yun also understood the meaning behind this emotion very well. So he was too lazy to bother with this girl anymore, as that would only lead to more trouble. What did you just say? Looking for something to do. Hearing this, Liu Haochuan looked at Xiao Yun in front of him in disbelief. He was accusing himself of doing unnecessary things, having nothing to do, and having nothing to do after eating? Liu Haochuan, who had always been held high, looked at the cold face of the man in front of him, his eyes suddenly turned red and tears were about to burst out. She looked so aggrieved that if it were anyone else, they would probably try to comfort her. But it is obvious that Xiao Yun does not belong to this group. The other party's hypocritical behavior made him feel even more annoyed. So Xiao Yun looked at the other person calmly and ignored him. At the same time, he didn't want to stay in the cabin any longer. After standing up from the sofa, he walked straight to the door. Wait a moment. Seeing that Xiao Yun was about to run away, Liu Haochuan quickly stood in front of him, blocking his way. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun's originally cold expression instantly flashed with a hint of impatience, and there was also a hint of displeasure in the look he gave the other party. To be honest, his patience has been almost exhausted since he boarded the plane. The previous two had not been resolved yet, and now another one has been involved. Are they here to participate in the show or to cause trouble? Although Xiao Yun's heart was full of confusion, he was unwilling to waste any more time on this. Anyway, he only had one attitude from beginning to end. No matter what these women wanted to do, he just had to remain a bystander. Liu Haochuan noticed that there was a hint of impatience in Xiao Yun's eyes and his entire aura became quite cold. The words he was about to say were instantly choked in his throat. Then, she just watched Xiao Yun pass by and walked out of the cabin. Soon, the crisp footsteps of Xiao Yun slowly disappeared from his ears. After they completely disappeared, Liu Haochuan was still standing stupidly in the cabin, not moving for a long time. When she reacted, an inexplicable anger suddenly surged into her heart. It was this sudden emotion that made her not want to leave the cabin. She stomped her feet hard, then left the bed without looking back. At the same time, Yang Mi and a few others saw this scene, and they quickly stood up and looked at the sea view outside, pretending that they saw nothing and looked at the scenery in the distance. It was not until the extremely angry aura disappeared from their side that they turned around and looked at Liu Haochuan's leaving back. Har har. Har 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 har. Zhao Yinger couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sister honey, you really got it right. That guy has this attitude towards everyone. Hearing this, Ling Ya, who was still wearing no makeup, put on a gloating smile. Sometimes inexplicable self-confidence will only lead to unpleasant consequences. Especially in front of someone like Xiao Yun, it is easy to be turned down. Bar. Reber was very unhappy. She snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Who told this guy to use us as stepping stones just now?" In fact, Liu Haochuan happened to run into the muzzle of Xiao Yun's gun at this moment. After all, she didn't know in her heart that the Xiao Yun that Yang Mi just mentioned was their friend, and she said this just to deal with Wu Jing. Xiao Yun was already annoyed by the two of them, especially with their chattering ringing in his ears along the way, but he was always enduring it and was too lazy to show it. But since Liu Haochuan just claimed to be Reber and her friend's friend, it was no wonder that Xiao Yun treated him like that. That's enough, that's enough. Yang Mi gently poked her best sister's angry little nose and said comfortingly, "Don't worry about this kind of thing. The most important thing is how to get Xiao Yun to our team. If it doesn't work, we have to look up all kinds of knowledge about surviving on a desert island. Otherwise, if Xiao Yun refuses to join our team when we really come to survive on my island, then we will be completely in the dark and won't know what to do." Hearing this, Reber and the other person nodded, indicating that they agreed with the proposal. Anyway, let's go back and talk about it first. Several people returned to Yang Mi's room together and made various preparations for the next show. The two luxury yachts had been drifting on the sea for several hours, and the time slowly came to after 9 o'clock in the evening. Under the various instructions of Director Chen Dao, the two yachts slowly slowed down and finally anchored on the sea. At this time, there were only a few nautical miles left to the deserted island where they would go for tomorrow's show. If it was a clear day, they would be able to see the location and appearance of the deserted island from this place. But now everything around was pitch black, and nothing could be seen except on the cruise ship. Not long after the two yachts were anchored on the sea, a longboard was seen slowly extending out from the large yacht and connecting with the other yacht. Not long after, we saw Director Chen Dao and a large group of program staff quickly moving various dinners that had been prepared long ago to the yacht. That's all. After the food was almost ready, along with all kinds of drinks and alcoholic beverages, Director Chen Dao took a closer look and said to Xiao Wang, "Let's get all the guests out." "I understand, Director Chen. I'll go get them over here." Xiao Wang nodded and quickly ran out of the cabin. Chapter 33. Xiao Yun was speechless after being teased by Reber. Not long after, bursts of dense footsteps were heard outside the cabin, and the guests slowly arrived at the restaurant inside the cabin. "Oh my god, it's so sumptuous. Isn't this finally not a lunch box?" Looking at the rich ingredients in front of him, Chen Shishi's saliva was almost flowing, but he still did not forget to comment on Director Chen Dao. After all, the most common thing they eat in variety shows is boxed lunches. Such a wide variety of dishes and drinks in front of us can be said to be a great blessing. This is too scary, it's simply a miracle. Deng Zuri looked at the huge crabs in front of him in disbelief and shouted in amazement, "This is too exaggerated. Oh my god. Its claws alone are as big as my face." They had been floating on the sea for several hours and everyone was starving, especially when seeing so many delicious foods in front of them. Even the stars who were used to eating couldn't help swallowing. Director Chen Dao arranged for the guests to take their seats, and then explained to his friends jokes, "These are also provided by the sponsor behind the scenes. This time I didn't cheat you into eating and drinking. You don't have to pay for it. Come on, let's raise a toast." After the staff sat down at another table, Director Chen Dao raised the red wine in his hand and said, "In order to ensure that our show can have high ratings and to celebrate the guests' successful survival on the deserted island, let's drink one together now." After saying this, Chen Dao drank the red wine in his hand without hesitation. When the other guests saw this, they naturally would not refuse his respect and finished the drinks in front of them. Even those who had had conflicts with him before were quite cooperative and drank the drinks at this time. "Okay, enjoy your meal. You won't be able to eat such delicious food when you get to the deserted island tomorrow." After saying this, Director Chen Dao went to the staff table and sat down. "Since the director has said so, let's not be polite to him. Let's eat, shall we?" Wu Jing started to greet the guests, no longer restrained, and began to use their respective cutlery to eat the food in front of them. At this moment, the restaurant was filled with laughter, chatter, and the sounds of clinking glasses, making it seem particularly lively. But there is definitely an exception to this atmosphere. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Xiao Yun, who had always maintained an atmosphere of keeping strangers away, was eating the mutton in his hand quite politely. But from time to time, his eyes would glance at the staff at another table next to him, and Director Chen Dao. There was an inexplicable feeling that something was wrong. Because judging from the expressions and actions of the director and the staff, it seemed as if something was being hidden. Although he noticed something was inexplicably wrong, Xiao Yun didn't intend to care about it, but continued to eat the steak in his hand. According to what the guests said before, this director likes to set up some so-called traps in his own show to harm these stars, thus achieving unexpected results, and the variety show of this program is reflected. So when Xiao Yun noticed the various inexplicable expressions on these people's faces, he thought they were setting up some trap or something, trying to lure the guests into it. Although Xiao Yun is definitely among them, he believes in your own abilities and can handle it at any time. "Hey, iceberg." At the same time, Reber walked over from her seat with a tray in her hand. She stopped when she was still a few steps away from the campus, then took out a large piece of cake from the dish next to her, put it on the plate, and pushed it in front of him. "Are you a social phobic?" Ever since Xiao Yun entered the restaurant, Reber had been observing this man. Except for occasionally looking to the side for a while, he had been finishing his food and liked to stay in the corner. It seems like he doesn't want to be disturbed by others, but at the same time, he gives people a feeling of loneliness for some reason. That's why she filled a big plate with food she thought was delicious and brought it to him. Reber, who thought she had some contact with Xiao Yun, so that he had only a small piece of lamb chop and a glass of water in his hand, and no other food. Reber thinks that no matter how grown-up a man is, it is impossible for him to be full by eating just this little bit. Xiao Yun saw that the other party was very familiar and sat down next to him. A hint of helplessness instantly appeared in his calm eyes. But in the next moment, his almost invisible change quickly disappeared. When Reber finished asking her question and looked at Xiao Yun again, his eyes returned to their previous cold state. Xiao Yun just ignored the questions raised by the other party. And Reber seems to have gotten used to the other party's attitude towards getting along with others. Unable to find any topic to talk about, she just said, regarding these tableware and other things, you can rest assured that no one has touched them. Remember to finish eating them." After saying this, she stood up from the side and returned to her previous position, as if she had no intention of staying in this position any longer from the beginning. Because she guessed that Xiao Yun didn't want her to sit here. However, the moment she stood up from the chair, she felt an inexplicable dizziness. This inexplicable feeling of dizziness caused her to crash into the corner of the table next to her without any preparation. At this time, Xiao Yun, who was closest to Reber, naturally couldn't just ignore it. He quickly grabbed the other person's arm and pulled him back. Judging from the angle of the table, if the opponent hits it directly, there will probably be a hole in his forehead. Otherwise, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Although Xiao Yun has a rather cold personality and doesn't like to get close to other people, he is not completely cold-blooded. Even though this woman is quite annoying, she often shows kindness. So Xiao Yun naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch, it was just a matter of grabbing a handful. After rescuing the other person, Xiao Yun immediately realized that Reber was in a semi-comatose state. She collapsed powerlessly in his arms, with an unnatural flush on her cheeks. Just from these few features, Xiao Yun could tell that the other person seemed to have been drugged. Chapter 34: The Mysterious Beginning. Everyone is unconscious. Reber didn't have any disease, but was drugged. At the same time, the guests nearby were all attracted by this sudden incident. "What's wrong with her, Reber?" When they noticed that Reber was limply lying on Xiao Yun, Yang Mi and the other person who had the best relationship with her quickly stood up from their seats and ran over. "What on earth is going on?" Yang Mi quickly took Reber into her arms, then held her head with one face, and asked hurriedly, Director, where is the doctor?" Zhao Yinger saw her best friend talking to Xiao Yun for a few words before she fell down. She also asked anxiously, "What did you do to her?" Just now, his good sister clearly said that she would bring some food to Xiao Yun, and she didn't look abnormal at all. How could she faint after just talking to Xiao Yun for a few words? It's no wonder that Zhao Yinger would first suspect Xiao Yun, who had contact with Reber. However, Xiao Yun had no intention of answering Zhao Yinger's question. Although the other party had indeed fainted in front of him, Xiao Yun's expression remained extremely calm, without any sign of emotional fluctuation. At the same time, his eyes, as calm as deep water, quickly looked at everyone present. "You guys get out of the way first. Get out of the way first, don't block the road." Director Chen Dao also looked anxious at this time. He asked the guests not to get close and leave enough space, and quickly asked Xiao Wang to go to another yacht to call the medical staff over. Bang! Just when everyone present was attracted by Reber. Zhang Zifeng, who had been staying outside the guest door, also fainted with his eyes rolled back. Fortunately, the place where she fainted was a very soft sofa, and although other people did not react immediately, she did not suffer any harm. This sudden scene scared the other guests around her. Tan Songyan saw that Zhang Zifeng's face was flushed, just like Reber she had seen just now, and she patted her cheek tremblingly. "What's wrong with you? Don't scare me, your sister. Let me take a look, don't block me." Now realizing something was wrong, he quickly came in front of the two of them, then bent down and pressed directly on Zhang Zifeng's philtrum. This acupoint is used to treat fainting. Generally, if some kind of fainting condition occurs, pressing this acupoint can basically relieve the symptoms. What the hell is going on? Oh my god! Deng Zuri looked at the two female guests who just fell down, his face full of confusion. He really couldn't understand what had happened. At this time, the person standing next to them also staggered back several steps, then squatted on the ground. "This wine, how come it is so powerful? I haven't even had a few sips, but my head is already dizzy." As he said this, he felt his tongue grow bigger, and his head couldn't even organize the words. Everything around him began to spin wildly. Then not only these few people, but other guests as well showed symptoms of dizziness. Within a few minutes, all the guests participating in this variety show fainted in various places. Apart from Director Chen Dao and the staff, Xiao Yun was the only one who remained conscious. But this state did not last long. Xiao Yun's originally white and jade-like cheeks, like those of the other guests, gradually turned red, and his eyes gradually became blurred. "Director Chen, this guy, why hasn't this guy fainted yet?" Xiao Wang looked at Xiao Yun in disbelief, as he was still able to stand upright, his tone full of surprise. And the look in Chen Dao's eyes when he looked at Xiao Yun was full of disbelief. Logically speaking, this shouldn't happen. Could it be that the physical structure of this person named Xiao Yun is different from that of other guests? Chen Dao noticed that Xiao Yun's movements were slow. Don't worry, wait a little longer. He probably didn't eat enough. Just now, when the guests were feasting, Xiao Yun was the only odd one who had been hiding in the corner, eating his food slowly. So it is normal that it takes some time for the medicine to take effect. It seems that Chen Dao was indeed aware of the comatose state of these guests in advance. It can even be said that all of this was planned and filmed by him and the person behind the scenes. Thanks to my family, the reason why I suddenly fell into this inexplicable coma was because director Chen Dao and the staff who prepared the dinner ingredients added some drugs into the food. Whether it is food or drink, even ordinary boiled water has been added with sufficient dosage. According to the description of the mysterious man, this thing is not harmful to the human body. It is also colorless and odorless. If it is added in, it is impossible to be detected. This is why the live broadcast warm-up ended suddenly before. Anyway, everything that is happening on the bed now cannot be known to anyone except the director team before tomorrow morning. Is that really the case? When the female guest was unconscious just now, and when Xiao Yun heard the discussion between director Chen Dao and the staff, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. When Reber fell down just now, he realized something was wrong, so he looked at the other people present. As he expected, the guests all looked a little weird to some extent, with blushes on their faces, but they themselves did not notice it. Before participating in this show, Xiao Yun always thought that it was just a variety show. However, after what has happened now, it seems that this program is used under the guise of wilderness survival to confuse people like them. This show actually has another purpose. Otherwise, if they were just here to record a show, why would they use such a large dose of drugs and make everyone pass out without knowing it? However, even Xiao Yun did not expect that the other party, a virgin, would be so unkind. Whether it was the food or the tableware, even the boiled water was mixed with drugs, right? This is quite courageous. Keeping his sanity for the last moment, Xiao Yun felt his eyelids becoming heavier and heavier. Chapter 35: The Disappearance of the Program Staff. Xiao Yun looked coldly at director Chen Dao and the staff not far away and asked indifferently, "Why do you do this?" Director Chen Dao remained silent at this moment. This was the sentence with the most words he had heard since Xiao Yun came up from the yacht. But it is obvious that director Chen Dao will not give an answer to this question. After more than 10 seconds of confrontation, the effect of the medicine in Campus's body finally took effect, and the whole person felt like he was on fire. In the end, like other guests, Xiao Yun was unable to take effect from the injected drug and fainted. Seeing Xiao Yun finally fall to the ground, his breathing slowly stabilized, and he had no intention of making any other movements, but the director was still very cautious and said to Xiao Wang, "Go over and see if he has fainted." Although Xiao Yun did faint in front of director Chen Dao and other staff members, his back was still leaning against the sofa. Other people who see this will inevitably want to ask whether he is pretending to be unconscious. Hearing this, Xiao Wang gently raised his leg and walked towards Xiao Yun. It seemed that Xiao Wang was thinking of the other party's attitude of keeping people at a distance, so he was always cautious in his actions and did not dare to make much noise. "Director Chen, he must have fainted." Xiao Wang reached out and touched Xiao Yun's face. Seeing that the other party did not have any other reaction, he spoke. Director Chen Dao also left after hearing what he said. Before he came over, Xiao Yun's aura was too unapproachable, and he didn't like dealing with other people usually. As a result, after Director Chen Dao had talked to him for a few words, he didn't dare to contact him again. Now that Xiao Yun was really in a coma, Director Chen Dao looked him over carefully. Judging from this kid's looks, if he was willing to cooperate, he would have beaten all the other new generation actors, right? It's such a pity. What is this again? At the same time, Director Chen Dao saw that there seemed to be something tattooed on Xiao Yun's left shoulder. Hearing this, Xiao Wang also looked in the direction of Director Chen Dao and saw that there seemed to be some patterns on Xiao Yun's left shoulder. It should be just an ordinary tattoo. Xiao Wang was not surprised by such things. Tattoos are quite common among young people. There are many senior members in their program group who have many tattoos on their bodies. I guess that's the case, Director Chen Dao nodded, and he also thought it was just an ordinary tattoo. Finally done. After he made sure everyone else had fainted, he said to the staff, "Take them back to their rooms to rest, and move all the other things on the yacht. Then our mission is declared over." After hearing Director Chen Dao's instructions, the staff quickly took all the guests back to their respective rooms. Let's carry him over, two of us. Seeing that other staff members were busy, Director Chen Dao glanced at Xiao Yun, who was still sitting on the sofa, and said to Xiao Wang. Who would have thought that these two grown men couldn't even lift up a living person like Xiao Yun? After a long time, they finally carried Xiao Yun back to his room. Seeing Xiao Yun in a deep sleep, Director Chen Dao said breathlessly, I didn't expect this guy who looks so thin to be so heavy. Director Chen, it's time for us to leave. Xiao Wang reminded from the side. Director Chen Dao frowned slightly when he heard this, and then after walking out of the room, he did not forget to close the door. After a while, when the staff threw the last item into the sea, Director Chen Dao, who was standing on the small yacht, said on the intercom, Come back quickly, we are ready to evacuate. The bridge connecting the two yachts was seen being slowly retracted, and the yacht carrying the staff and Director Chen Dao also started up quickly. After turning a corner on the dark sea, the yacht slowly moved away in the direction it came from. Director Chen Dao, standing on the bed, watched the large tanker slowly disappear in front of him, muttering to himself, From now on, you can only rely on your own good luck. As for what will happen next and how to win on that deserted island, that is not something he considers. All he could do now was pray for these guests. Then, the yacht carrying the director and staff slowly sailed away from its original location, and the yacht carrying the guests also slowly left their sight, without any light emanating from it. Time flies as the sun slowly spreads out from the sea. At that time, in a room on the yacht that was still anchored on the sea, Xiao Yun instantly ended his coma after a night of coma and slowly opened his eyes. He slowly sat up from the boat and then immediately walked outside. Eyes are constantly observing the surroundings. At this time, on the yacht that was full of prosperity last night, not even a single daily necessity was left, as if it had been robbed, it was spotless. And the staff who followed them, including the director, disappeared completely at this moment. And on major live broadcast media in China. After the preheating of this wilderness survival program yesterday, the popularity of this program on the internet can be said to be rising steadily. After another night of various promotional activities, it occupied the headlines of major search and social sections. Looking around, the hot search terms are all about various topics related to this desert island survival program. It was somewhat unexpected that Xiao Yun's name also slowly came into the public eye along with these entries. Moreover, his various rankings and hot searches are not much lower than those of other guests. During yesterday's warm-up event, Xiao Yun didn't even have the consciousness to speak, and his face was mostly covered by the big hat. But his unique temperament, exquisite looks and appearance also left an indelible impression on a large number of viewers and fans. Therefore, not only the audience who came for the show directed by Chen Dao, but also the fans of each guest, after waiting for an unbearable night, were waiting for the start of the show on major search software and live broadcast platforms the next day. Chapter 36, The Program Crew Escaped Overnight? Finally I got the chance to speak first. The show is about to start. It's really exciting. I couldn't sleep last night. I even dreamed that I was surviving on a desert island. What you said before was a bit too outrageous, har har har. I am really looking forward to this show. Yesterday, the production team sent several messages saying that this show will break through the previous variety shows and show the audience the most realistic survival segment. Director Chen Dao said so. Anyway, I believe it and wait for the surprise to come. There are only 10 minutes left, brothers, hold on. I don't know if Xiao Yun agreed to Reber and the others' request to form a team yesterday. Anyway, I think the possibility is not high. Do you remember this incident earlier? But it will be reduced in a while, so there is no need to worry. Countless viewers are waiting in the live broadcast room for the start of this legendary desert island survival show that will break the previous variety shows. Soon, a 10-minute countdown appeared in the live broadcast room, and it slowly flew by amid waves of discussions from the audience. Yesterday's warm-up screen suddenly appeared in the originally quiet live broadcast room, letting the audience know for free that the program they had been waiting for a long time was about to begin. As expected, the next second, as soon as the warm-up picture was over, the screen in the live broadcast room suddenly lit up. Under the camera's capture, above the vast ocean, the luxurious cruise ship that the deserted island survival program crew had previously seen appeared in front of everyone. Not far away, there stands an island full of vitality. Apart from these images, the audience can see nothing else. But they all noticed that the other small cruise ship that had been there before had disappeared. During the live broadcast yesterday, two yachts, one large and one small, appeared in front of the camera. The guests were on the larger and more luxurious yacht, while director Chen Dao and the staff were on another one. At this moment, the small yacht had disappeared, and only the big yacht was drifting on the sea. However, this thought did not stay in the audience's minds for long. As the camera kept zooming in, their attention quickly developed. When the long-distance camera was pulled to the deck of the yacht, the audience immediately spotted Xiao Yun standing on the deck. He was standing alone on the plywood, still wearing the same clothes as yesterday. His figure was very tall and handsome, coupled with that inexplicable aura that made people feel extremely cold, and that almost perfect profile, which instantly attracted the attention of countless people. "Isn't he this really pretty? I didn't expect that the first shot would be of my future husband. I should give the photographer a box lunch. I almost kissed the phone screen to pieces just now. I just opened the live broadcast room and saw Xiao Yun's profile, so I clicked in without any hesitation. Although this guy is indeed extremely cold, his appearance is indeed impeccable. Even though his personality is so cold, I'd still like to be with him every day just because of his looks. Put on a pair of pants in front. If you are willing, will others be willing? If we replace the yacht with a bamboo raft and drift in the stream, it will be more meaningful." But it seems that Xiao Yun is the only one who woke up. Are the other guests still sleeping in? It's their first day of the show, they can't be so lazy, not to mention that it's being broadcast live now. I don't know if you have noticed something wrong. There seems to be a lot less stuff on the ship than yesterday. Now that you mention it, I also noticed it. Where are Director Chen and the staff? And why does the bed look so empty? Indeed, the little yacht was lost at that time. What on earth is wrong? As the long-distance camera got closer, the audience in the live broadcast room quickly became confused. I saw that many things on this big yacht had disappeared, except for those overly large equipment. Everything else seemed to have evaporated. At this moment, countless people recalled the various equipment on the yacht yesterday, as well as the various foods and drinks in the cabin, but now there was nothing left. The whole ship looked as clean as if it had just come out of the shipyard. Seeing these things happen, the audience was completely dumbfounded. At the same time, their minds began to become confused again. Could something have happened after the live broadcast ended yesterday? Otherwise, how could all those things be eliminated in just one night? Where are Director Chen Dao and the accompanying staff now? After the audience slowly reacted to this, they recalled the official information released about this program yesterday. Everyone has reacted at this moment. This is what they said. It will break the previous variety shows about survival on a desert island. Is there a specific format for the show? This is really too exciting. I never thought they were so brave. Director Chen Dao wouldn't just throw all those guests on the boat and leave them alone, right? From this point of view, this is very likely. After all, the small yacht had disappeared by then. This is really too unethical. The production team just ran away in the middle of the night. Damn it. Do we really have to rely on these guests to drive this yacht to a deserted island to survive? This operation makes me feel a little suffocated. As expected of Director Chen Dao, he is good at playing with flowers. I can only say that Director Chen Dao is really awesome. As the saying goes, starting with a single boat, life or death depends entirely on fate. But do these guests know how to drive this luxury yacht? It shouldn't be that awesome. If they really knew how to do it, this show wouldn't be called Wilderness Survival. I think Chen Dao has anticipated this a long time ago, so this yacht is definitely not going to be taken away. Maybe there are other traps and operations behind it. It's really funny that they did it so cruelly. Look, there are other guests arriving in the live studio. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were excitedly looking at the new model presented by this program and discussing it. Chapter 37. The stars were confused. Did they wake up in another world? As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared on the screen and slowly walked out of her room. The other person's hair was scattered casually behind his back. Even though he had just woken up and was not wearing any makeup, his facial features were still delicate and attractive. When this beautiful figure appeared, countless people recognized her as their favorite Reaper. She was the first one to faint last night, and she was the most confused one at the moment. Her only memory of last night was that she fainted and was hugged by Xiao Yun. She could not remember anything that happened after that. And when she woke up just now, Reaper found that the quilt, pillow and other things that could cover her bed were gone from the table. Not only that, the daily necessities and luggage that I had prepared were also missing, and I couldn't find them no matter how hard I looked. After being confused in the room for a while, Reber finally remembered that she could ask other staff members what had happened. However, after walking out of the cabin and looking at the inexplicable scenery outside, she was even more dumbfounded. It was everywhere that Reber could see, not to mention the so-called staff, even other people and guests could not see it. The video recorders and cameras that were originally set up in various places have now been moved away. So during the time she walked out of her room and onto the hull, her surprised expression never changed. What on earth was going on? Did I travel through time? What happened last night? Why didn't I remember anything when I woke up? Was this ship robbed by pirates? Did they even take away the daily necessities? For a moment, in addition to panic, Reber's heart was also filled with an inexplicable sense of panic. Boss, there is also a knife. Where are you? Almost instantly, Reber thought of her two good sisters and went to the nearby cabin to look for them. At this moment, Reber's surprised and panicked expression was quickly attracted by the tall figure on the deck. The other person just leaned quietly on the fence, looking around. Xiao Yun hasn't left yet. As soon as Reber sensed Xiao Yun's presence, she seemed to calm down instantly. Her breathing, which had been a little rapid due to panic, slowly stabilized. At the same time, the scene of the other person holding her in his arms last night flashed through her mind. When Reber thought of this, her cheeks instantly blushed. But thinking about her own situation, she immediately patted her cheeks and murmured, "It's already this time, why are you still thinking about these messes?" After complaining about her thoughts, Reber suppressed them and walked towards Xiao Yun without any hesitation. If the other person woke up so earlier than me, he must know some relevant information. Xiao Yun? Reber quickly came to Xiao Yun and poured out her questions to him. What happened? Where are the other crew members and the set director? Where are the food, drinks, and equipment on the ship? Faced with Reber's sudden question, Xiao Yun remained silent, looking around. He seemed not to hear Reber's question and quickly turned his attention to the island standing not far away. In fact, he couldn't answer the questions the girl was now asking. Anyway, one thing we know is that these guests seem to have been tricked by the director and were left out on purpose. That's right, I left it down on purpose. After Xiao Yun woke up, he saw that there was nothing left on the yacht. He finally understood why the other party had put so many things in the food. The purpose is to have enough time to implement your plan. As for their real purpose, Xiao Yun certainly didn't know it. But one thing can be directly confirmed now, that is, they are now in the circle arranged by the director. In other words, only the director themselves know how deep the trap is and how difficult it is. Apart from these guests, the rest of the equipment on the yacht could not be moved. As for the tables, benches, food, drinks, anything that could be of any use was completely destroyed. As for whether this program is still going on, there is no doubt about it, it is definitely still being recorded. Otherwise, how could these guys cause such a big thing? Could it be a large-scale movement just to trap them in this sea area? Obviously, the probability of this answer is 0. After all, the guests on this yacht are all famous stars in the circle, and their status as celebrities cannot be underestimated. Xiao Yun noticed this and turned his gaze away from the island, and began to observe his own environment. Seeing that her question was not answered, Reber looked around like Xiao Yun. They didn't see any staff on the yacht, nor did they see any photographic equipment. But Xiao Yun could still clearly sense that something seemed to be spying on his every move in the dark. He was quite confident in his intuition in this area, after all, he had been brought up with it since he was a child. Although he didn't notice any cameras or anything like that nearby, there must be some hidden equipment on this yacht. What are you looking for? Xiao Yun patiently checked the surrounding Reber, and now he was a little anxious and angry. What is going on? Give me an answer. Are you trying to anger yourself to death? When Xiao Yun heard this, he focused his eyes on the girl. When he was about to speak, he heard screams coming from the girl. Where are my belongings? What on earth is going on, Brother Zuri? Who should I ask if you ask me? My things are also missing. Brother Wu, what's the situation over there? Is your luggage still there? I don't have anything left here either. Where are Director Chen and the staff? Have we found the pirates? Why is there nothing left? At this moment, a large number of guests walked out in confusion. Chapter 38 Audience, this show is getting more and more interesting. The guests' faces were full of confusion, showing the same dumbfounded expression as Reber before. They found that all their personal belongings were missing, including the equipment around them. A group of people came to the deck in a bustling manner, and soon found that the yacht was empty. Reber, where are you? Yang Mi shouted anxiously, and Reber waved to them. Boss, come over here quickly. You scared us so much. Why didn't you come to us first when you woke up? Yang Mi scolded angrily. When she and Xiao Yun woke up, they found that everything around them had changed drastically. Besides being completely confused, they quickly reacted and wanted to find Reber. No matter whether the things are there or not, it is always best for people to be fine. But when they arrived at Reber's cabin, they didn't find any trace of her, which made the two girls even more panicked. Thinking about all the weird things happening around them, the two girls had some bad ideas in their minds, so they could only reunite with the other guests. When Reber's voice was heard and Xiao Yun was also there, Yang Mi and the others finally felt relieved. Stop pinching me, boss. It hurts. Reber quickly pushed Yang Mi's hand away. What's going on now? Xiao Yun hadn't reacted yet. She had just been in the cabin for a while, listening to countless classic Chinese curses. She looked at Xiao Yun and the other man on the deck and asked, "Who can explain this to me? Where are Director Chen Dao and the others? Doesn't the show start today? Where are those staff members?" Yang Mi looked at Reber and the other person. After all, they were the first two to wake up. But when Reber heard their questions, she looked helpless and distressed, and shrugged her shoulders to indicate that she didn't quite understand either. Xiao Yun remained the same as always, maintaining his aloof temperament and silence. He doesn't seem to understand either. Reber explained at the right moment. All the guests fell into a coma yesterday. Xiao Yu probably didn't get up earlier than them, so he probably couldn't answer. Hearing this, Yang Mi and the other person nodded dully. They were too anxious just now. Not long after, the other guests were also in a panic, searching the yacht from top to bottom, and then slowly gathered on the deck. After all the guests arrived, Wu Jing's brows suddenly frowned. He looked at everything around him, also in a state of confusion and worry. I just searched carefully, but didn't find anything useful. After hearing what he said, the guests fell silent. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief and astonishment. They never expected that they were just unconscious for one night, but when they woke up, everything around them seemed to have changed drastically. While these guests were in a state of confusion, the audience who were watching all this in the live broadcast room were also in an uproar. Oh my god, there's nothing useful left on this yacht. Although I feel embarrassed to laugh out loud now, I still have to say that Director Chen Dao is awesome. Isn't this a plot from a novel? Open the door and search the yacht, and the rest of the equipment has to be picked up. But brothers and sisters, don't you think the angles of these cameras are too weird? I just noticed this. It's fine if it's far away, but once you get close, it seems like it can't keep the center position. This should be the legendary hidden camera. After all, Director Chen Dao and the staff are missing. There is such an operation, so these guests should not know that such a thing exists, right? I'm going, something interesting is coming. Then isn't their current reaction the most realistic one? I guess so. They must have been deceived for once, otherwise they would have looked for the camera long ago. If it's the talented ones, it's fine, but if those young handsome guys don't look for the camera, it's almost impossible, right? According to what you said, these guests didn't even know about the hidden cameras. Director Chen Dao's show really plays with reality. But this has its advantages. It's a good opportunity to see the guests' true reactions and expressions, and see if they are the same as usual. This show is really making people look forward to it more and more. At the same time, the audience discovered the existence of hidden cameras and felt extremely excited. After all, without the camera, it is easy for people to show their true selves. Moreover, the current guests can be said to be the hottest ones in the circle. In other words, these audiences will witness their truest side. Normally, these guests all show their glamorous lives and appearances to everyone, but who knows what is hidden beneath their skin? At this time, the wilderness survival program directed by Chen Dao directly laid all of this out in the open. If these guests exhibit any extreme behavior, they will face questions from the audience observing in the live broadcast room, as well as the danger of the room collapsing. At this moment, countless people were excited, while some felt sad. Most of the passers-by who came just for the show expressed their expectations for the show. After all, compared to those talented actors who have a good reputation in the circle, their fans are not worried that their idols will be ruined. If I'm not mistaken, those who are worried about the collapse of the house effect should be the fans of those young handsome guys. There are also some fans who remain rational and do not think that their idols would do anything out of line. After all, this is a program that is broadcast live nationwide. If the character's image really collapses, it cannot be washed away by sending a plagiarism document. As for those crazy fans who are outputting too much, they have already had a heated exchange of words with the director team on major social forums. After all, the content being broadcast live now is not consistent with what they promoted before. But no matter how these guys insulted the program, it continued to broadcast live and had no intention of stopping. These insults also add heat to the program, causing viewers who originally didn't know about the program to quickly rush into the live broadcast room without any hesitation. Chapter 39: The big names whose reputations are gradually falling. At this time, the number of people watching the live broadcast of the Desert Island Survival program and its popularity continued to rise. At the same time, the program was still going on smoothly under the filming of hidden equipment. What on earth is going on? After being confused for a while, Deng Zori looked around helplessly and found that the other guests also had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. He spoke in a daze. What on earth is this old fellow Lao Chen doing? We brought us all to this weird place, and he and the staff just ran away. For a moment, all the guests went into deep thought about these two questions, and apparently did not get any substantive answers. Could it be that this is a part of Director Chen Dao's program, just to keep us on the yacht? Wu Jing, who had the most experience on the scene, conducted his analysis very calmly. A segment of the show. Chen Shishi sat on the deck carelessly, looking very uncomfortable. This was not mentioned when we signed the contract. And the document we signed is about a program about surviving on a desert island, but we are still floating on the sea. Not only that, there is nothing usable on the yacht. How are so many of us going to survive? After hearing what he said, the expressions of the guests became serious, and they realized the seriousness of the problem. In fact, when they woke up, they saw that everything around them had been hollowed out. Although no one reacted, they still thought it was a part of the show and did not think too deeply about it. Why do we say that this is just an ordinary variety show? Even if the director team is very good at playing, they will not leave these people on the yacht without any care. But after hearing what Chen Shishi said just now, they completely gave up the idea. Although everyone is now healthy and well on the yacht, as the saying goes, there is no supply on the yacht and they cannot survive. Not to mention the various devices that can communicate with the outside world, there are no variety shows at this moment. In other words, they were trapped in this vast ocean. It really makes people marvel. The production team and director of this show are pushing these people to death. Director Chen Dao has really gone too far this time. These words crossed the minds of all the guests. I really don't believe it. Chen Shishi, who had been sitting on the ground, seemed to get angry at this time and stood up directly from the ground. I'll look around and I'm sure I can find something I missed. Having said this, he entered the cabin without looking back. If you ask whether these guests are angry at this moment, the answer is definitely yes. I fainted for unknown reasons last night, and then when I woke up, I realized all this inexplicable stuff, and I couldn't help feeling a little resentful. After all, they have participated in so many shows in this circle and have never encountered a situation where someone dared to drug the guests. This is really too much. Moreover, the period of time since they woke up had made their anger reach its peak. You said. Just when everyone had a serious expression, thinking about the situation they were in. At this time, Tan Songyun, who had not yet reacted and seemed a little dazed, asked in a somewhat weak tone, should we continue this show? Oh! Hearing the arrogance of these words, Xiao Yun immediately snorted, looking very unhappy. He cursed directly, record TND. For the incident that made me faint, I didn't ask the production team to compensate me, but they actually wanted me to continue. What a bullshit! At this moment, Xiao Yun was like a powder keg that was about to explode. Everything was completely different from what was said in their contract. Didn't we agree beforehand that this show has a script and we just need to follow it? Didn't we agree that we don't have to suffer at all? This is all bullshit. In fact, he was not the only one. Several stars next to him were also very angry. The key point is that all their personal belongings were taken away by the program crew. Luggage and the like are not important, but what about their cosmetics? How could they continue recording without makeup? Do you want to let the audience witness what you look like without makeup? How could they possibly accept this? For a moment they were overwhelmed by anger, but they also estimated that there must be hidden equipment nearby, so they did not act. After all, they are now in a state where they don't know whether the show will continue. But after hearing what Xiao Yun just said, they really couldn't bear it anymore. Wu Xuanyi, who was exposed as a liar by director Chen Dao in person yesterday, couldn't help herself. I think director Chen Dao is deliberately making trouble this time, trying to embarrass us in front of the audience. Director Chen is not that kind of person. He is quite sensible in what he does. Hearing her say this, Reber, who had been staying with Yang Mi, immediately retorted. She had participated in some other programs directed by Chen Dao before. Although the other party would always set some traps, he always had his own principles and would not do anything too chaotic. When the other guests heard this, they all showed expressions of approval on their faces. Wu Xuanyi's face instantly darkened when she retorted. Damn it. I'm in a bad mood. She cursed several times in the group, and then a sneer appeared on her lips. How can you call this being sensible? As she spoke, she pointed at the surroundings and said, didn't you say yesterday that you would leave us a dagger or something? Where are these things now? Director Chen Dao clearly told them yesterday that he would leave them a dagger and some military water bottles and the like. But where are all those things now? Not even a trace of them is left. You said you left behind such a luxurious yacht, didn't you? But without the key, wouldn't it be no different from a pile of scrap metal? To be honest, the young handsome men and beautiful girls were about to collapse when they saw this. When the other guests heard what Wu Xuanyi said, they all fell silent and had no intention of speaking. Although they have also participated in the program directed by Chen Dao, the current situation is not deceptive. Reber wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Yang Mi. Chapter 40. The cabin is leaking and the ship is going to sink. Seeing that the other party was so aggressive, Yang Mi quickly stopped Reber and wanted to continue speaking. After all, instead of engaging in these verbal disputes, we might as well think about what to do next. Reber originally wanted to argue with her, but after noticing her good sister's actions, she could only shut up silently. Then, she turned her gaze to Xiao Yun, who had been behind the deck, looking at the sea. The other person has been standing by the fence, exuding a temperament that is completely different from the people around him. His slender figure looks somewhat inexplicably lonely. The other person had been standing there calmly, staring at the surging sea, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. While all the guests were feeling panic, helpless and wanting to curse about the situation here, Xiao Yun's expression remained unchanged. This also made Reber very curious. Under what circumstances would Xiao Yun's face flash with panic? Xiao Yun also noticed the gaze coming towards him, but all his attention was focused on the sea. When the guests arrived at the deck before, he noticed something was wrong, but because the sea surface was still in a state of chaos, he did not pay any attention to it. When he noticed something was wrong again, he looked towards the surrounding sea. He didn't see any big problems on the sea, but he felt that the entire yacht seemed to be sinking. At this time, Xiao Yun noticed that the waves seemed to be getting closer to the ship than before. This is where he felt something was wrong. When everyone came to the deck just now, although the waves were constantly surging, it was still calm overall. In such calm conditions and with the yacht anchored here, it is impossible for the waves to reach such heights. If the problem was not with the waves, then it was foreseeable that there must be some problems with the yacht. Realizing this, Xiao Yun's eyes looking at the sea changed again. Not long after, he quickly retracted his gaze and wanted to take a closer look around to see what went wrong. However, at this moment, Chen Shishi, who had just left the splint, suddenly ran back with a panicked look on his face. His eyes were bloodshot with surprise and panic, and when he saw the other guests, he immediately yelled, "This is the end." At this time, Chen Shishi's whole body was soaked by the sea water, and he looked quite embarrassed. Although I don't understand why he is so flustered, and why he just finished this sentence so inexplicably. But all the guests realized that this matter must be related to them and it would not be a good thing. As expected, Chen Shishi breathed heavily and explained, "Just now when I went to the bottom of the cabin, I found an underground cabin. I originally wanted to see if there were any supplies left inside, but I didn't expect to see a full seawater." When the guests heard this, they first expressed doubts, and then exclaimed, "It's full of sea water. Doesn't this mean that the yacht has taken on water?" All of a sudden, everyone's faces became extremely frightened, and a feeling of helplessness invaded their hearts. We have been on the yacht for so long, but we didn't notice this at all. Deng Zuri confirmed in disbelief, "Are you really sure?" Chen Shishi stood there in confusion. "My whole body is soaked in sea water, how can I be uncertain?" "Do you want to listen to what you are saying?" Deng Zuri, who noticed this, quickly realized how stupid his previous question was. From this point, it can be seen that although Deng Zuri is a veteran, he was also completely shocked by the news. And this news was like a bolt from the blue for these guests. Their yacht took on so much water, which meant that they could no longer maintain their last safe zone. At the same time, Wu Jing seemed unable to accept this information. He hurried to Chen Shishi and asked in a panic, "What is the water situation of this yacht? Will it work if we block the place where the water is coming in?" They still don't understand the situation they are in and don't have a corresponding solution, so this yacht is the top priority now. Besides, apart from this yacht, they will have no place to hide or get help for the time being. You have to know that there is a vast ocean nearby. Even if you jump down like this, no one knows what will happen. When the other guests heard Wu Jing say this, they reacted quickly, their eyes lit up, and they also had a hint of anticipation. But obviously, their expectations were not met. Chen Shishi shook his head without any hesitation and said, "It's basically impossible." The same thought occurred to him when he saw the sea water just now. Otherwise it wouldn't be in such a mess, but it really can't be done. Not to mention whether there is anything on the yacht that they can repair, even if there is, it is basically impossible given the degree of damage it is in. When I went down just now, the water was already up to my knees. The guests' faces turned pale instantly when they heard this. They looked at the unfamiliar sea around them, their faces filled with anxiety and panic. At this time, the guests couldn't help but doubt whether they were really here to participate in this so-called deserted island survival. But the problem is Reber's face was also extremely ugly at this time, but she realized the key to the problem. Why is there a water inlet out of nowhere? After hearing this, the other guests looked at each other and their expressions became suddenly enlightened. That's right. Why is there an extra place for seawater to enter out of nowhere? If nothing else, the quality of this yacht is definitely first rate. Moreover, since they set out yesterday, they have not moved intentionally, and there have been no accidents of running aground. If natural disasters are excluded, then only man-made disasters remain. When the guests thought of this, they immediately thought of the missing director Chen Dao and those staff members. Only they could do such a thing. At this moment, the guests who thought of this suddenly felt even more angry.